startups and researchers. Because while skilling is important, research is also as important. I would like to talk about just two themes which I feel that would revolutionize the energy landscape. The first being printable organic solar cells, right? 3D printing, all of you are aware about, right? Today, a lot of things are happening towards additive manufacturing and 3D printing, etc. is being done. The best part is that the printable and flexible solar cells could revolutionize photovoltaic solar power generation using semiconductor inks printed directly onto flexible, stretchable, thin plastic or steel. Imagine what it could do. That will not only reduce the cost of solar cells, but open a whole new area of new installation options. These extremely lightweight solar cells are open to being laminated onto building walls and other irregular surfaces exposed to sunlight, as well as built into construction materials directly. Imagine how that would change the whole thing moving ahead, right? The ultra low cost, in fact, if you look at it, and some of you must be wondering, the solar cell printer could produce up to 10 meters of solar panel per minute, right? So you can imagine, today we are struggling for solar cells, but using this technology, you could print up to 10 meters of solar panel per minute, and 1 square meter of such a solar panel which is produced through this can give you about 10 to 50 watts of energy in any time. So that's the kind of thing that they are looking at. Of course, a lot of people see all these technologies, renewable technologies are mostly intermittent technologies. So they're also trying to see, and there's a technology which is called as DSC or dye-sensitized solar cells, where they're trying to see how photovoltaic cells can be created by use of dye-coated plastic that can absorb light coming from different angles. So the fact of solar cells or solar panels being installed in a particular direction, right? That also they are trying to see how they can be avoided completely. So imagine the kind of opportunities that MSMEs, etc., what it opens up for you. The cost of solar cell comes down. The manufacturing cost is coming down. The way it is being produced is coming down. The energy generation is much higher and sustainable than any other thing. Just to mention over here, in my previous avatar as the CEO of NASCOM Foundation, I was also associated with KESA, Kerala Startup Mission, where I came across, I was a jury of one of the hackathons over there, and also looking at the entrepreneurship audits over there. One of the major things that I found out was first time a barrage or a boat, a steamboat kind of a thing, instead of running on steam, was actually powered to run on solar cells itself. And this was being done over there in Kerala itself. Imagine what potentials this kind of a thing could open up for you. Moving on to the next one, which I'm not sure how many of you are aware of this, but microbial fuel cell technology, or commonly known as MFC. This is another very important technology that has the potential to generate power from a range of organic waste materials, including wastewater. Right? Today we are sending our wastewater into STPs and everything else. But imagine if that also can be converted. The technology uses bacteria to generate electricity from waste by converting chemical energy into electrical energy by catalytic reaction of microorganisms. Right? It's as simple as that. So what you do in this technology is, and of course, the byproduct of this is the wastewater that you are sending into it automatically sanitize the whole thing also. So it becomes pure water again. The MFC technology utilizes naturally abundant microbes in the anode compartment of the cell that works as a biocatalyst. When the organic waste is fed into the cell compartment, the microbes generate electrons by consuming the waste as part of the natural metabolic process. When connected to the cathode, electricity is generated with the movement of electrons. So it is as simple as that. Imagine you can generate electricity out of wastewater. And if you think that this is not possible, then I would further like to say that a group of UK scientists with the backing of Bill Gates is developing a MFC device specially designed to generate electricity from human urine. Imagine how things could change, right? Today, the cost of generating power is extremely high. With such kind of things, the cost of generating power can really come down. So these are two of the technologies which are future technologies. And I think there is huge potential for our students to become researchers in these areas, for our MSMEs to look at it. Of course, I'm not going into the details of how MSMEs can, with the change of fossil fuels to renewable, the job opportunities and the potential of work opportunities that will open up. I'm not going into that. Reconstruction, bringing down existing plants and all that thing definitely does exist. But I think that's a huge potential. But I'll probably limit myself to what could be the future of it. Now, moving to the next topic that I spoke about, which is, of course, music to my ears, which is the jobs. And as per the IRENA, which is the International Renewable Energy Agency, if you look at that 2021 report, it says that the energy sector could account for 38 million jobs by 2030 and 43 million jobs by 2050 globally. But what does it mean for us? Looking closer at home, there are 726,000 jobs today estimated in the energy sector today. Of course, the fossil fuel energy sector will go down. We will have job losses over there. But still, if we look at it, and if we look at these 726,000 jobs, the highest jobs, 390,000 plus jobs are in hydropower, followed by 163,000 jobs in solar, photovoltaic area, and just about 44,000 jobs in wind power today. But according to a recent report by ILO, if India is aiming at 500 gigawatt of electricity that is coming from renewables by 2030, then possibly we'll be adding about 3 million jobs in India itself. That's the potential of jobs in this sector itself in renewables. That will also offset some of the jobs that are going to get lost in the core fossil fuel sector. So at the end of it, about 2.2 million jobs would actually be there by 2030 in renewable sector itself. So there's a huge potential for people to move in this direction. And people who are looking at jobs in this area, I think this is definitely one area you should consider. Because today we see if an Infosys ad comes up, we have 17,462 people applying for 200 jobs, right? Everyone wants to work for an IT career, but please understand that IT is also going to be part of this, which I'll be talking about shortly. I think I'd like to also take this opportunity to mention that we at TASK have already trained close to about, from the rural districts itself, about 300, and we started with Warangal, about 300 solar panel technicians, installation technicians under our initiative, which is called as Skills on Wheels. So we had a van which we had created. We had loaded all the technology, equipment, etc., that would be required for a solar panel installation technician. And actually, this van was sent to different rural districts across Telangana, where we trained about 300 plus solar panel technicians, and about 547 were also trained under the government ESEM scheme. So the central government is running a scheme under Electronic System Design and Manufacturing, which works very closely, which is part of MITI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and also works very closely with the Sector Council on Green Energy, very closely with them. We trained about 547 of them, And the best part is about 70% plus participants were actually placed from that batch itself. On this note, I would like to thank Dr. Sandeep Chattopadhyay also. And I'm also happy to announce that we are about to launch within the next 3 months a batch of about 100 solar technicians in collaboration with Biomass Solar. I would also, urge, I think there's a huge need. As I said earlier, a lot of our youth are interested to move towards, IT, ITS, BPO kind of jobs. I think there's a need for us to educate our youth today about the various jobs, opportunities that are existing in the renewable energy sector. And therefore, I would like to, request all the professionals and leaders in this space to become our mentors and speakers for our Career Talk series. So we run Career Talk series for our students. TASK today has about 715 colleges across Telangana. Every year, about 40,000 students become part of TASK. So far, we have skilled about 14,000 faculty members in technical as well as other areas. Plus, we have skilled about 577,000 plus students since our inception in 2014. So we would like you to become part of this and ensure that more and more people understand the job opportunities in this space and become part of it. Now, moving to the last point that I spoke about, energy tech. A loosely coupled word, and in fact, there are a whole lot of things. Yesterday, I met a person over here who walked up to me, introduced himself, and he was talking about, we are used to batteries, right? But they were talking about software in a battery itself. So there are multiple things that are happening today in that space. But I would just like to, keeping in mind the time, I would like to just touch upon 2 examples, right? One is, of course, AI algorithms. So if people are thinking that in the energy sector, AI cannot be used, sorry, you are mistaken, you can use AI. In fact, I was happy to note that as part of the hackathon, over here itself, one of the group has used IoT sensors to actually study the patterns of energy consumption and generation. So, and this will keep on increasing. Starting with smart meters, I think we already have seen a whole proliferation of technology in the energy landscape. This is further going to be enhanced with the inclusion of IR 4.0 technologies, right? AI algorithms, as I said, with the use of Internet of Things, IoT, sensors, and big data. This all can help stabilize grid with improved prediction capability for demand forecasting and asset management. I think today, if you look at it, the grid already exists. But with the schemes that are going on, it is important for us to ensure that we are able to, have better forecasting method of energy consumption as well as distribution. And that's where AI algorithms, machine learning, and all the various things would be useful over there. As you're already aware, in July 2021, to encourage rooftop or RTS solar throughout the country, notably in rural regions, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy undertook Rooftop Solar Program Phase 2, which aims to install an RTS capacity of 4,000 megawatts in residential sector by 2022. And it also provides a subsidy for doing so. It has been envisaged that people can not only become the consumers of this energy that they generate, but they can also supply it back to the grid. Another technology that comes into place in such cases, apart from smart meters, is blockchain with smart contracts, right? So when you're generating surplus energy, you can actually give it back to the grid and create a blockchain for the whole thing so that there is fair and equal distribution and compensation for whatever energy you provide back into the grid itself. Right. So I've just touched on 2 technologies out of the IR 4.0, but if you look at it, industrial Internet of Things, 5G coming up, and there are so many other things that we can go into. Additive manufacturing I spoke about in a different kind of thing, but all these technologies can be used for renewable also. So what I would like to mention over here is that, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. The energy landscape will change more in the next 10 years than it has done in the 100 last years. And that is what, if anyone asks me, if I have any wish, I would say I would like to be born as a youth today. Because the kind of potential, the kind of work that is happening in this area is phenomenal. And before I end, I would also like to go slightly unrelated, but also related. All of you have got smartphones. Can I see a show of hands? Good. So many people are not sleeping. I don't know about the rest. Anyway, if we are assuming there are 1 billion mobile phones in India, right? There would be 1 billion chargers also, minimum, assuming one charger per phone. Yes. If we assume a fault rate of just 30% and the weight of one charger to be 100 grams, can anyone who's good in maths do the calculation and tell me how much e-waste are we generating? 30,000 tons of e-waste is being generated. Right? I've just spoken about the chargers. I've not spoken about the mobile phones. I've not spoken about the laptops, desktops, and everything else. We are sitting on a time bomb, right? As far as e-waste goes. So I want all of you to take a pledge today that whatever you do, you will dispose of your e-waste ethically. The funniest part with us is when we go to cremate our bodies, right? We pay money for doing it. But for a useless thing like our old mobile phone, when it has stopped functioning, we tell the person, how much can you give me for it? We try to sell it. Let's try to change this and ensure that we recycle our mobile phones, all our electronic devices, etc., ethically, so that we are able to sustain the earth and we are able to give our earth in a better shape than we got it from our forefathers. On that note, I think I would like to once again thank the organizers for conducting such an event in such a professional manner. I'd also like to thank all of you for such a patient listening. It was indeed a pleasure and a privilege for me to share some of my thoughts today. I would wish you all the best. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Actually, it was not a keynote address, it was a class for all of you. So wonderful class, described the present scenario so nicely. If anybody is appearing in any competitive exam, you can remember it and you can write and pass the exam. So thank you, sir. And also, very humbly, we are accepting your offer. We will try to train the students whoever come to us through you, definitely in solar. Very, very efficiently we'll try to do that. Now, the very young and promising boy of ni-msme, Mr. M. Sharath, he will talk about the possibilities of getting fund for our upcoming enterprises from the open market. I will tell him to limit his speech within 15 minutes and to touch the area from proof of concept level to raising the fund.
Yes, thank you so much. Myself, Sharath Mutiala, I am the Associate Faculty Member at National Institute of MSME.
Sorry, that's the problem. Speaker before.
Sorry for that, sir. So first of all, I would like to thank Sri Shrikant Sinha sir, the CEO of Telangana Academy Skill and Knowledge Center. So, and so our co-speakers, Subalbi Vaidya sir and our CEO of the EV company. So, here I would like to discuss a few points on proof of concept to the level of commercialization. Before I give that point, just I would like to add the few points from the points of Shrikant Sinha sir regarding the technology of blockchain, AI, IoT, and the smart contracts. So here, I would like to tell one thing. Like sir said, clean tech, agri tech. Similarly, we need to have the energy. So here, everyone of us should remember that technology is one thing and application is one thing. First of all, everyone should start with the needs and the necessities. There are multiple needs. The needs will be by the individual or else with the community or with the society or with the environment. There are different needs. So our sir rightly mentioned all these points. Just I will give that brief and I will be connecting with the proof of concept level 2 this commercialization. Every one of us, whatever the job we do, every one of us would like to earn something and would like to start up a business at some point of time. Yes or no? Definitely, whatever the job we do, we have a passion and thought like, why don't we start a small business? Every one of us at some point of time, even at the time we wake up or at the time we sleep, why don't we start one startup? We see the passion word. But now we have to discuss like the technology is evolving day to day. Every day the technology is evolving. You cannot stick and read the articles which are published 10 years ago and cannot generate the business model that works in the next 5 years. Right? So here, when you would like to start a new business, you should be thoroughly updated with the technology, what's happening now. And that is starting with the AI, IoT, and the blockchain technologies. Just I'm not going to the green tech as of now, just I'm giving you the technology advancements. So with the advancement in the blockchain technology, there are smart contracts evolving and the non-fungible tokens are evolving and there are many things evolving in the future. So that bridges the gap and making the work simple and fast for all the mankind. But where we are using this? As the smartphone is a technology, but for what purpose we are using it? So before we actually dive into that, every one of us should define the purpose. And the purpose of this particular conference is the emerging technology of the green technologies, right? So now, if you understand the technology and the purpose, like sir mentioned, the e-waste is one. So e-waste management. So how you can better manage the e-waste using these technologies is one part. So with this one single sentence, you can start working, start doing the research, and you can check all the possibilities of the value you can generate out of it. So if there is an existing technology where you can dispose the e-waste in some XYZ methodologies, and if you are developing and if you are giving some credit to the people who are disposing ethically, people will come in. Just I will give you an example. Just everyone, I am expecting everyone to respond for this. Government of Telangana, not only government of Telangana, every state government and central government are asking us to wear helmets, right? We are having so much of pain for having the helmet, yes or no?
Yes.
So if we are not wearing helmet and if we are caught at some signals, we are being fined. We have to pay the challan, right? Recently, government of Telangana announced the discount in the challan. What I suppose, just it's my thought. If in the same way, if the same CC camera is identifying the people who are wearing the helmet and giving the credit points and just awarding 100 rupees or 50 rupees in your wallet every month for punctually wearing the helmet, isn't it will it give the positive vibrations? So without forcing, the purpose will be fulfilled. So it's not like pressurizing someone to do the activities. you have to give them the incentives. So people work for incentives, people work for the credits, people work for that kind of environment. For this green technology also, so on this stage, so it's my proposal and request to the CEO of TASK. So to this kind of initiatives to energize the people thoughts, giving some thought of credits or identification instead of something, because they are doing a tremendous and wonderful job in educating the people in all the dimensions, excluding the green tech also. So if you are disposing your mobile in an ethical way, so you should be identified. That kind of identification if we are getting, definitely people will work for. Yes. So coming to my thing, the proof of concept to the commercialization. So till now we have discussed a few things. With this, if you have identified a particular area, it can be anything. I'm telling again. That should be recyclable. The green technologies that should be recyclable. If you are buying a chair, so you are using a plastic chair. Whether I can do something with that, can I make some new chair with some green technology which can be disposed, which causes no harm to the society. Similarly, you can also the wind turbines. So there is a huge harm like solar cells. Once they are out of the use, how you are going to dispose it? Once the wind power, the blades, how you are going to dispose it? What if you want to dispose the motors, how you are going to dispose it? There is a huge opportunity where most of the companies are not addressing. Even the lithium-ion batteries, after it's working, how you are going to dispose it? So you can also take an advantage of all these things and you build a proof of concept. Yesterday, just I have given a note of it. Just now, I will elaborate it once again. The proof of concept is nothing but it's a document stating that your idea is valid and people are going to use it. It's as simple as that. It's nothing else. A proof of concept is the first document where you are producing to someone. Like as we have the sir from SBI. If you go and ask for the loan of 10 crores to the sir, saying that I have a wonderful idea in my mind, can you give me 10 crores so that I can employ 10,000 people? Definitely he will ask for this project report, the validations. There is a field officer who will going to scrutinize whether it's a valid idea or not, whether this product is having the demand or not, whether he can repay the loan he has taken in the next 5 years or not with this. So they will validate, assess everything. Similarly for a startup also, you should be prepared with the proof of concept, where that proof of concept is a valid document. You need to find out the stakeholder, you need to validate with them, and that stakeholders will give you the necessary data. By accumulating all this data, you prepare a proof of concept. And remember one thing, that proof of concept is a unique, as you are working on a new idea. You won't get from the directly Google searching that I want a proof of concept document for so-and-so idea. You can get a project report for so-and-so idea, but you will not get proof of concept. Proof of concept should purely delivered or prepared only through the research and the field work, nothing else. No one can directly give you. So if you give me a task and want to prepare, if I'm getting some idea, and if I want to do something, so if I want to prepare a proof of concept, that's my hard work. I have to keep in, I have to prepare my proof of concept, and that's my idea. If you are getting the same idea, you have to do your research. And the next important thing is, it's not only the idea that gives the value, it's the team and the way you execute will really add the commercial values. Because if I give the storyline to some of the directors like Rajamouli and the Puri Jagannath, will they both take the same way? Definitely no. Similarly, if the two CEOs or the two startups got the same idea, they cannot execute in the same way. So you don't bother about if I disclose my idea to the people, they will copy my idea. It won't happen like that in all the cases. 99% it won't happen like that. The team, the way you think, everyone cannot think in that. You start working on it, you start discussing the ideas, you build the proof of concept, and now you start building the prototype with the support of the schemes what we have discussed yesterday, and you just give that to the people who are in need of that kind of product or service and take their feedback and next try to sell the product in the local market. So that's how you will build. Okay, people are accepting my product, and now you will also get the confidence and you will get the feedback before you launch in a grand way. Definitely, you need to understand whether your product is actually working or not. If the product is really working and people are accepting it, then in the next stage, with all the necessary modification and with all the necessary packages or the different variants, you can launch in the different sectors of the waste. That's how the commercialization happens to you. You need to add the commercial values, the color, design, the brand, logo, and the way you promote, everything comes back. And once you are into this commercial market, then you will be having the right value for your start. If you have the right value, then we are talking about this IPOs, startups, establishment of things, everything will come into the picture. We are seeing the Zomato, Paytm, Nykaa, every startup with a new innovative idea coming to the market. But remember, every CEO has a huge good team. And I can say that Task is producing the kind of great teams and CEOs, right? So we need to make use of the idea. We need to have the right team. We need to have the right methodology, marketing sector, future plans, everything. If you keep every module in the right place, then only your startup will be successful. It's not only the idea, it's not only the money. It's everything all together. So this is how we can make use of all these things. And definitely the future is regarding the blockchain technologies, definitely the smart contracts, the NFTs, and the consumables you are increasing. Even the ITC is adopting the new technology for the plant extracted, this meat, the new technology is evolving every day. So you do go after going back to home, just search for the technologies, what's happening inside in and around the world, and you need to attend this kind of conferences wherever possible, whenever possible. Just take time and understand and take the knowledge and just work on the proof of concept. If you are perfect with the writing a proof of concept document, that's the beginning of your journey. And I wish you all the very good luck for this a small beginning. And we hope within coming 1 or 2 years, you are seeing a bright future in the green technology startups also. And we can also make something big together, including, so we're also happy that ni-msme will also help you in regarding building this green technologies and the startups. Thank you so much.
What is this? What is this? Loudly you tell. In Hindi you say, paisa. So, not only in Bollywood movie, we all say, हम लोग पैसे के पीछे भागते हैं. Yes, correct? Yes or no? Yes. So, the Kuwait ji is with us. The Kuwait ji is with us today. And he will tell you how to get this paisa for your business. This is very important. Welcome him. Welcome by State Bank.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. All the dignitaries seated on the dais, and more importantly, the students and the upcoming entrepreneurs. Today, I am here to tell you more about, as Sandeep ji said, how to get a bank finance, how to get a bank loan, what you need to do to get a bank loan, especially for startups, where security is one of the problems for most of them. And with special reference to what's called our topic of the day, that is solar renewable energy. Can I have the so that people can understand?
Yes.
Sir, if it is available, okay.
No, it's available.
No, I will continue, so no problem. No issue.
You continue or we can put it.
No.
I will, it can.
I have the here, print out here. I will go through that. Perhaps I thought they can understand in a better way. No issue, sir. So, any entrepreneur, as you know, he should have 3 basic things. Otherwise, what we call in economics as 3 C's. That is capital, credit worthiness, and character. Out of these 3, can anyone tell me which is the most important? Yeah, very rightly said. You may have credit, you may have what's called capital, but as a lender, if you don't have the right type of character to repay, perhaps your project fails. So the most important thing here is the character, the willingness to repay. That is what the banker or any lender sees the first thing in you. So we have to be what's called honest, sincere, and do your what is called whatever business, whatever this thing you do, and see that, ensure that always at any point of time you repay back a loan, so that your credit, your this thing history remains impeccable, and any amount of loan that you may see at a later date for developing your business from startup to a multi-billionaire, trillionaire company. What the company, what the banker or the lender sees is your history, credit history. That is why you see CIBIL also. What is CIBIL? How is your credit history? How you have been repaying all the loans that you have taken for a period of time. So that is the most important. So here I would like to dwell upon some of the schemes that we have also, right from maybe startup, a very small this thing to a big businessman also. We have one scheme called Mudra, that is Micro Units Development Refinance Agency. It is introduced by Government of India in the year 2016, and here a maximum of 10 lakhs can, what all are schemes right now, 3-4 schemes what I am dealing with, they are all collateral free. Let me make it very clear, they are all collateral free, because the audience, what here I feel is, they are either students or they are budding entrepreneurs. So perhaps you will not be able to give any security. So, and all such schemes are covered under various guaranteed by various government agencies. I will dwell upon one by one. This Mudra is covered under what is called CGFMU, that is Credit Guarantee Fund for micro units. So under this Mudra, you are given a maximum loan of 10 lakhs. I will not, detailedly go into that. The rate of interest is very competitive, very well within your means, and it can be a combination of both, that is working capital as well as term loan. Maybe you want to buy right now we are talking about solar, right? When you talk about solar, perhaps you may be you want to establish a manufacturing unit. You may require some machinery. You may require some equipment for that. So what you do is, and perhaps you may also require for what is called running the day-to-day business, like your electricity, your wages, your rent, whatever, and also for purchasing the machinery. So under this mudra, it is a combination of both as per the requirement of each one of the entrepreneurs. It can be a combination of both, partly for working capital and partly for turnover. This is repayable over a period of soft repayment period of 5 years. And on all these things, I tell you, no subsidy is available. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Now coming back to our main topic of the day, how MSMEs can help this solar districts. It is to part finance what is called wind, solar power, hydropower projects, whatever it is. And as I said, for Mudra, it can be a part of combination of both term loan as well as working capital facility. Working capital facility is what is called for a period of 1 year. It is a rotating, a revolving fund like thing. Suppose you do some business, okay, initially you incur some amount to get raw material or to pay wages or whatever it is. Initially you incur something. So out of a limit of say, let us say for a hypothetically 1 crore you have been sanctioned. So you require some amount for running to the purchasing some raw materials, maybe purchasing some making some electricity bill payment or whatever it is. So you invest some money, and then when you make the final product, you sell it off. You get back the proceeds. So when you get back the proceeds, what you do is you have to again repay, credit into your what is called working capital account. So this goes on, is within a limit, a revolving limit of whatever is sanctioned to you. You can play, you can always operate within that limit. So and this limit, such limit, what is called, it is renewable over a period of 1 year. At the end of 1 year, depending on your scale of business, it can be increased also, depending on your turnover. And turnover, as I said, it is for purchase of equipment or machinery, and it will be depending on the activity you purchase. Suppose if it is a low solar equipment what you want to purchase, it is for a period of maximum 15 years. And you say any solar equipment, what I am told is it is the lifespan is 25 years. Am I right? So maximum period under this solar basic is 15 years. And this debt equity is in the ratio of 70-30. In the sense that suppose 100 rupees is the cost of the project, 30 rupees has to be met from you as a source, as a part of your margin money, and 70 will be given by the banker to part finance the project. And this all interest rates also are very, very soft, especially for solar related projects. And then, as I said earlier, the term loan can be paid over a period of 15 years, including moratorium. Here, moratorium perhaps you might be knowing, but still, at the cost of repetition, I tell you, moratorium is something, a period in which an amount of period of, let us say about 1 year to maximum of 2 years is provided to you, wherein you need not pay the installment, but only thing is you need to repay or you need to pay off the only interest portion. So once you start generating income, once your commercial operations start, then you need to pay the installment also as per the agreed terms and conditions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the basic thing, and all other schemes are also more or less on the same lines. As this is a rooftop solar, wherein the World Bank has certain guidelines, certain this thing. Under the guidelines of the World Bank also, all the commercial banks also do lender under this thing. And you know, one thing I will tell you, as Sir said just now, software was the order of the day in the early part of 20th century, first decade and second decade. And I tell you, the solar will be the call of the day, order of the day in the present decade and the decades to come, maybe perhaps 2-3 decades. So solar is one where you will be provided. Nowadays, you know, jobs are very, very difficult to get, especially in government and this thing. They are all what's called filled up and all. So solar is one where you can have a setup, a job for yourself. Not only you can provide so much of employment to others who are unemployed. So here, it may not be out of place to mention here that 2 years back, one couple who had completed their BTech from IIT and did their IMM from Bangalore, they came to me for a loan of just 50 lakhs. Not of course for solar, but they wanted to set up one software and this thing, and also manufacturing of hardware like chips and all that. They came to me. They were drawing, almost each one was drawing more than 10 lakhs, 10 to 12 lakhs per annum. Together, their monthly income itself was 25 lakhs. I said, why the hell you are coming here, living such a job, which again gives you more than 20-25 lakhs per month? Sir, no, sir. This is no. If you want to do, I want to be an entrepreneur and I want to grow. And today I tell you, it may not be an exaggeration that those who started with that, those couple who started with 50 lakhs, they are now more than 10 crores net worth. And this is how an entrepreneur can, he has to aspire more. So what my advice to all these students, entrepreneurs is, don't go off for jobs. You have be your own owner. You have individuality. You not only the satisfaction that you get is, you not only you can sustain your family and this thing, the satisfaction of giving employment to a host of others, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 over a period of time, no, that satisfaction, it is something, it is invaluable. May not be in context with what solar this thing is, but this is in general what I'm telling you. And this, as I said, maximum, again, it can be in the form of both term loan and working capital, and loan amount is 50 crores maximum here. And pricing, as you know, pricing in all the other listing, wherever it is more than 25 lakhs, it is linked to what is called CRA, credit rating arrangement, or credit rating assessment, what you call. It depends on your what is the capital you have invested, what is the activity you are involved, what is the listing, depending on a host of other things, your pricing will be decided. And as I said again earlier, debt equity will be in the ratio of 70-30, repayment 15 years, and COD, that is moratorium, commencement of operations, you will be given what's called only you need to service the interest portion, and thereafter the what's called PMI also. Next slide, please. apart from this solar, nowadays most of you must have heard about compressed biogas. CBG is also one of the another alternative renewable sources of energy. I am proud to say that as SBIN, we as a Hyderabad Circle, Pan India, are the first one to sanction a CBG proposal. And my consultant, Mr. Santosh, also is here. He is the technical consultant. He has been after that proposal and prepared the DPR and saw to it that, of course, that was a very bigger proposal, 30 crore project. He was behind that and saw to it that it was prepared in a very efficient manner and got it finally sanctioned. And again, here also the same norms work out for this also. Next slide, please. Again, biofuels. Here also under biofuels, the same fundamentals work out here on this also. This is all about solar, this thing and all that. As Sandeep ji said in the beginning, banker is like a Kuber. Yes, I do agree. And in case of any requirement from your side across Telangana, my jurisdiction is Telangana state. If you have any proposal, maybe solar or otherwise, any MSME proposal, you have a proper DPR prepared, proper this thing, maybe small, maybe big, whatever it is. Once you submit to the sanction, if you have any difficulty, you can please approach me. He has my number. The only interest is here is you get an employment, number one, and you, in course of time, you will give to a host of others. That is my objective. And of course, it is a win-win situation for both of us. In the sense, you are able to set up your own factory, you are able to earn a living out of your own this thing, and at the same time, the bank gets a viable good business. And to conclude, I thank Sandeep ji for inviting me over here for this session, and I thank you all for a patient hearing. And my number, sir, can listen, or I will also, if you want, if anybody is interested, you can note down. My number is 966 52 16 309. I repeat, 966 52 16 309. My name is Balbin Vaidya. I am an agent in State Bank of India. I am located in Koti, Hyderabad. I have my team also. At any point of time, if I am not able to take your call, kindly put in a message at my leisure or whatever it is. When I am free, I will come back to you over phone or over message. Thank you very much.
We have no hesitation to say that this time of support or candid message we did not get from the Finance Minister of India. Thank you, sir, for enlightening our young participants, giving them the light and also showing them the way to set up their dreams, set up their own enterprise. So our last speaker at this session is Mr. Ramchandra Nirudi, who had interacted with you on yesterday. In a very brief, he will talk about one very emerging technology, which is the floating solar technology. India is a country full of river and also the water bodies. So, Government of India has taken the initiative to build up small to huge power plant at the top of the river. This is to use, they don't want to use the agricultural land, but to use the water bodies for the generation for the purpose of the electricity generation. So the challenges, advantages, disadvantages will be, and technology will be discussed by Mr. Ramchandra.
Yeah, very good morning, everyone. Respected Srikanth Sinha sir, and I would like to thank the organizers giving this opportunity. Sir, can we have slide, please? Slide. Yes, organizers told me to finish in 10 minutes. We are running time. Yeah, since yesterday morning we are discussing about renewable energy. In India, we have reached almost to 53.5 gigawatt exclusive solar. So this is going to expect. We are expecting 300 gigawatt by 2030. So at present, the solar is contributing around 15%, and this is going to be contribute 35 to 40%. By 2030. So that's what huge opportunity in renewable energy sector, as Sinha sir as well as the other members also spoke. So today I am going to discuss about the floating solar. As we know, there are multiple applications of the solar. So we have off-grid, on-grid, and floating solar. So this is the upcoming technology in India and across the globe. And exclusively floating solar, we have about 300 gigawatt potential in India. So we have almost 5,200 plus this wells and dams. Almost 500 plus dams are in construction. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, sir. Finally, quickly I'll go through one by one. Yes, sir, please. Yeah, I know myself, Ramchandra. I am associate professor at DVRIT. I am also consultant. I am also director technical at EV Retron Energies India Private Limited. Yeah, this is who we are. So EV Retron Energies India Private Limited. Sir, please next. So this is our team, young team. This is our startup. Myself having 14 plus years experience in solar and 4 years experience in EV, and we have very good technical team working on different technologies. Next please. Yeah, this is our main focus. We offer solar PV consultancy. I am happy to share the bank manager here. We are also part of technical due diligence audit, sir. We are also done LAE inspections for SBI. For 100 megawatt power plant. We are also into lithium ion battery packs. We make e-cycles and EV lab setups. Those who are college faculty also there here, and MSME is also there. We are also into training and skill development. Next please. Yeah, this is a few projects we have done from our end. So we have done cycles, many projects. Please next. Yeah, this is a part of 280 megawatt technical due diligence survey we have done last year. Next please. Yeah, we are also part of the All India Solar PV Module Degradation Survey conducted by NISC and IIT Bombay. We are also training national international participants through REC and Engineering Staff College of India. Yeah, next. Yeah, this is what I told. This is the generation capacity in India. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this basic thing everybody knows how the solar is generating. So in future, every house is going to be solarized. Next, please. Yeah, this is what our expectation in India. As of today, we have reached only rooftop sector. It is very low. But it is targeted 40 gigawatt. By we have reached only 7 gigawatt, I think. So every city, every apartment, every gated community going to be compulsory solar. At least 30%. They should have solar. Then only government going to give permissions. These kind of guidelines are coming. Even GHMC also ready with a proposal. Next, please. These are different technologies in solar PV. We have mono, poly, amorphous, cadmium, telluride. So many technologies also covered by zero task. Next, please. So we have different efficiencies. At present, monoPERC we have highest efficiency 21.5 commercially available in the market. Yeah, you can see in this picture different technologies, which is this photo I have taken at National Institute of Solar Energy. So they came for the exhibition. Next, please. Yeah, coming to the floating solar PV system. So this is the third pillar to solar PV sector. So in India, now the development is started. As I mentioned, we have 300 gigawatt solar potential for exclusively floating solar. And we have almost 18,000 square kilometer area to build this floating solar power plants in various dams. So we have 5,264 large dams and 437 dams are in under construction. And 33 to 35% of energy requirement from non-fossil fuel by 2030. So that is the target. And 175 through renewable energy. So at present we have reached 53.5 gigawatt. Next, please. So what is this floating solar? So everybody knows the floating solar is installed on float on water bodies such as reservoirs, hydroelectric dams, industrial ponds, water treatment ponds, mining ponds, lakes, lawns. So that's what the various dams we can install. So various advantages are there, particularly for floating solar. So in Telangana also recently survey is completed, that feasibility report is submitted to the government at Karimnagar Dam, LMD Dam, so about 500 megawatt. That is constructing by Singareni Collieries, because all the dams, government of Telangana is attached to the Singareni Collieries to install the floating solar PV system. So particularly, so this technology is new technology in India. So those who are MSMEs are there here, those who are students are there. You can work on, apart from inverter, solar, panels and other BOM. So here a very good opportunity to work on different floats and how to anchor and what is the feasibility study we can conduct, single beam or multi-beam kind of things, and different softwares are involved in this particular floating solar. So very big challenges are there. So if you can address any one of the challenges, that will be a very good business opportunity. Next, please. So these are the benefits. We can generate 10% additional power comparatively ground mounted and rooftop sector, and the land neutral, reduction in water evaporation. So that is the advantage. So possibility of sharing existing electrical infrastructure, availability in nearby dams, because most of the hydroelectric power plants, so if you take Nagarjuna Sagar or Srisailam Dam, existing electrical infrastructure is available. But if you look at ground mounted power plants, so where we have conducted this survey, so there they want to connect at DSS, they have to have 14 kilometer, 15 kilometer distribution. But here the advantage, you can reduce the distribution. So complementary operation with hydroelectric power plants, less soil loss, easy of cleaning. So water is available nearby the plant. The challenges are higher capital cost. Comparatively, ground mounted system, this increasing 20 to 25% additional cost, but you can save on the land. That is the advantage. So if you want to construct a 1 megawatt solar plant, say in Jubilee Hills, Banjara, so it will be costing 100 crores. Because 5 crores per plant, 95 crores per land. So you can spend at least 10 crores per megawatt in floating. So like Kushan Sagar or Himayat Sagar or other Sagar. So we can reduce that cost. So limited understanding of technology. So this is the now upcoming technology. So every MSME, every student can have opportunity to work in this sector. So next, please. So these are some methodology of anchoring design, particularly data input, primary design, detailed design. So all this preliminary study, completely software is involved. You require next slide, please. You require ANSYS software and some CFD studies. So all these studies are very much important for floating solar. Not only this technical software is also involved, as data analytics also very important in all the solar plants execution. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is other methodology for anchoring design, simulation, wave, load and load current studies. So many studies are required going for particularly floating solar, comparatively rooftop and ground mounted. Next slide. So this is the status of floating solar in India. At present, almost 2,000 megawatt already constructed. In Telangana, we have 25 megawatt in NTPC. So 500 megawatt planned in LMD. And NTPC is extending up to 100 megawatt at floating solar particularly. And we have a lot of opportunities in Telangana also. Next, please. Yeah, this is the statewide estimated potential of floating solar power plant. If you look at the Andhra Pradesh, so this study is studied before separation. So Andhra Pradesh, it's about we have 17 gigawatt of potential. So across India, we have 279, close to 300 gigawatt. We can go for floating solar. So that much space we can save. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the floating solar installations by major power producers. Few are completed, few are under planning, and few are under execution. So you can see in Telangana that NHPC, Telangana floating, mid-manner reservoir 500 megawatt is planned. We have different power plants in Ramagundam as well as Vizag, which is already installed 2 megawatt. And NTPC in Kadiri, they installed around 25 megawatt. Next, please. Yeah. Actually, the theme of the international conference is green energy powering MSMEs for future. So those who are sitting MSMEs as well as students, you have a lot of opportunities to contribute in the renewable energy sector. So due to this COVID pandemic, since the last 2 years, the solar industry is struggling for all the components. So because whatever we are talking 53 gigawatt in India, 99% components, because cells as well as inverters, majorly all these components imported from other countries. But since the last 2 years, so we are trying to make all the BOM required for solar PV as well as EV applications. So that is where we are having a lot of opportunity. And recently, the demand for domestic products have increased tremendously after China COVID-19. So we have to take this advantage, and we have to work and we have to develop all the BOM required for this particular application. So that is where we have to concentrate. Yeah, next please. I'll close. Coming to the O&M is very important for floating solar as well as any other solar. In O&M sector, there is a lot of opportunity because to install 1 gigawatt solar plant, it may be time taken to install 1 gigawatt, it may be 6 months to 1 year. But we have to do O&M for next 25 years. So that's where we are having a lot of opportunities for next 25 years. So if we are good at technical, this operation and maintenance. So that is where we have to concentrate more and more. So we have a lot of opportunities as the task CEO also mentioned, they have trained almost 500 students in rural village. So this O&M having a lot of potential in India. Next, please. But comparatively, other renewable energy projects, the advantage of solar is there are no much moving parts, but we require knowledge on solar PV, panels, inverters, and controllers, etc., for better troubleshooting. Next, please. Yeah. So cleaning technology having a lot of potential in India. So at present, crores of modules already installed. So by next 4 to 5 years, we are expecting solar PV close to 100 gigawatt. So just imagine crores of panels. Just installation is not sufficient. If you install and forget, you won't get the generation. So that is not our intention. So there are a lot of opportunities in this area. Next. Yeah, thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So all the students, please remember this quotation. It's very important. Thank you, sir. Sorry, waiting behind me.
Actually, it was very informative because I did not have many of you are aware about the potentiality of floating solar. So after giving a serious thought only, I keep this topic in the panel discussion, and I requested Ram to come over here to speak on this thing. We are running out of time. We have the next session. Our session chair has already come. So I will request first Dr. Madhuchandrika to felicitate with memento to our session chair, Srikanth Sinadi. I will request I think the senior most faculty of ni-msme, Sri SP Gopsap, to felicitate AGM SBI, Sri Balbir Bhai. He is a backroom boy. He actually extended a lot of support, but because of his preoccupation and regular interaction with the ministry, he could not come to the conference hall so frequently. But from the beginning only, he is providing support to me. And a very smiling face, height is like me, but very intelligent and smart. My friend Rajendra Prasad Garu. To get sponsor for this event. We should felicitate Ram. And Sharad will get my love. So memento is not required for you. So with this, to conclude this session, there is a tea break, but everybody should remember, all the students, that until and unless you come back, you cannot start the session. And if you do not come back, lunch is not there.
They will just keep going. No.
No, I just keep saying next slide. See, because I want more interaction kind of a thing. It's,
But on this side, 64 slides are.
కానీ అంతే ఖర్చు చూద్దాం వద్దంటే వద్దాం కాపీ చేసి పెట్టు వాళ్ళు ఏదైనా కానీ కొడుతున్నా ఉన్నారనుకో నేను సై అంట
అంటే ఇవన్నీ బిజీ ఉన్నాయి
కాపీ చేసుకో
మార్చారంటే మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళకి
So you may ask, as a young engineer, that what is sustainable development? So those of you who have the idea of sustainable development can raise your hand. I am asking you, students, how many of you have the idea of sustainable development? Nobody has the idea about sustainable development. Nobody has heard about SDG 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nobody. See, in our time, if we needed to know anything, we had to either walk or travel at least for 5 to 10 kilometers to go to any library or any college or any university. Now you have the most powerful gadget in your hand, this mobile phone. What we did that we know, just to acquire knowledge. So this thing is the Guru Brahma. Whatever you want to know, you can know from this. Google has become the source of knowledge. So I am surprised to see that none of you have the idea of sustainable development. Just think of the time your parents did not give you the food. So what could happen to you? Your parent did not give you the food. So what could happen to you? You could not grow, simply. Like that, as a human being, we have the responsibility. We have the responsibility not to chat or send WhatsApp with our friends, but to be more careful and alert about ourselves and about our future generation. So, passing the good things to the future generation is the core basic concept of sustainable development. I think we have failed. We could not pass the good things of our generation to the next generation. That's why nobody has the idea of sustainable development. As an elder, it is our failure, not as a younger, it is their failure. It is our failure. We could not pass the concept of sustainable development to them. That's why they don't know. I accept our failure. So, whenever we develop any technology, we are alert. We are alert about the thing that this technology should not become like an atom bomb and destroy the human civilization and the environment and also the ecology. Like agricultural land, what is going on in Ukraine? You know, and when you on the television or your YouTube channel, you can see the destruction over there. So the technology that is developed over there is used to destroy the human being and also the ecology, the ecosystem, the water, the agriculture. Yes. That's why we should not develop any technology in a manner which will destroy the human being and the civilization. That is the basic concept of sustainable development. And if any young boy or girl do not know the definition of sustainable development, so it is our failure that I could not deliver the message of sustainable development to them when I gifted the mobile phone to my child. I did not tell him or her that search the definition of sustainable development in Google. So in order to say sorry to you, we have prepared for a session where we have the very good speakers. Speaker as a chairperson of this session, Professor Madam Shoshikala, Director, Institute of Science and Technology, Autonomous Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University. I will request you, Madam, to come onto the stage. Then Madam told me that I have a very good student in ni-msme. And she also told me the name of that person, but before that only I had decided to include that person in the panel. He is none other but Mr. Koteshwar Rao, faculty of ni-msme. Every month organizes 2-3 events to give the message of clean technology, pollution control, sustainable development. Even in last week also, he had organized in association with the Telangana Pollution Control Board about the reuse of plastic. Then, while organizing this conference, as I said yesterday, we had formed one advisory committee, and ni-msme suggested me to include one person who is an entrepreneur here and also innovated many devices which has the combination of technology like solar, wind, and many other things. And recently he is working with the hydrogen also. He is also a speaker in this session, Mr. Venkat Tangida. So I will request our chairperson to resume this session with the concept of sustainable development and the relation between sustainable development and renewable energy. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon, one and all. At the outset, I thank the organizers, especially Dr. Sandeep Chattopadhyaya and Madam, for giving me this opportunity to speak here, be present and speak here and chair the session. I think whenever we say sustainability, this is regarding the global warming and climate change that is taking place. So the most important contributor to that is the energy sector. Most important contributor to the greenhouse gas, most important greenhouse gas, the carbon dioxide, is the energy sector. And if we can make energy green, that will take care of most of the things. And then whenever we say about green energy, it has to be renewable. Only when it is renewable, it will be sustainable. So we had been hearing so much about solar energy. I think it is the solar energy and the biomass energy, which are the two things. Of course, wind, wherever there is wind available, solar also wherever it is available. And India has really abundant solar energy we have. Though we are speaking about solar energy now, that had been a part of our culture from time immemorial. So, though we don't really realize, all our drying of clothes is taking place through solar energy, and all our making of vadiyalu and all those things is taking place through solar energy. All our preservation of food, let it be pulses, etc. At least 15-20 years back, used to always buy in bulk once a year and then dry it in the sun and then pack it and use it throughout the year. There it is both the drying that is taking place and also the UV from the sun that is resulting in killing of both insect pests and also the microorganisms which may affect the food that is being stored. But now when we speak about solar energy, it is mostly conversion of the solar energy into electricity so that it can be utilized for various applications various applications that we are using today. And just now I came to know about hybrid solar wind energy that is being installed by the entrepreneur Dr. Venkat over here. And it was inspiring to hear that all those things are now there in the Himalayas in individual homes, and also the fishermen are using these things. So attending these conferences is an education for all of us who are here. So I think whenever we speak of energy, we should start with abstaining, that is using less and less of electricity for doing anything. And then as far as possible, we should avoid first, and then we have to try to reduce the utility. And then of course, third and for most important is whenever it is compulsory for us to use, let us use renewable energy. And India is endowed with a lot of solar energy. I think all the 365 days we have a sun, and of course now it is even more. So all these things we have to use, and since this is MSME, it is so encouraging to see that there are so many youngsters who are thinking of entrepreneurship now. I think a few decades back, it used to be only two professions of engineering and medicine. And from there, we moved on, and we know now that there are many things, and people were looking at only government jobs. Now, because of encouragement from both the central government, the state government, and more importantly, many angel investors, etc. Just now, Dr. Venkat was telling that he is ready to sponsor or fund the student group who are thinking of developing an app for managing the energy. So all these things are available. So this is a time for you when you don't have any family responsibilities, etc. You can take a couple of years risk and try to start something. And if you are successful, yes, your company will thrive. And in case it doesn't happen due to some reason, there are people to handhold and take you further, or otherwise also the experience that you get will enable you to get a better job somewhere else. And then after a little stabilization, probably you can come back and venture again. So with these words, we'll go further into the session now.
For the introduction of this session, one formality or custom, whatever you say, that is pending. I will request senior most faculty of ni-msme, Sri S.P. Gaur, to present the sapling to the Madam Professor Shashikala. I will request Mr. Rajendra Prasad to come forward to present the sapling to Mr. Venkat Tangiraj. I will request Dr. Madhu Chandrika to present the sapling to Mr. Koteshwar Rao. In any case, you are the speaker now, you are there, so you deserve this. So now I will request, see, sometimes we say, what you have to do in life, that I want to be the part of activity, or I want to conquer any political party. Suppose now, who is the best startup? Who has the best startup in India? Now, at present, in discrediting the area, it can be social, it can be unsocial, it can be political, it can be technological. The most successful startup owners, name I one in 30 seconds, at least from Kaushik. The most successful startup owner in India. Who? None other but Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Is the most successful political startup he has. So what he is also thinking, that his name should be spread from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Yes or no? Yes. The same thought many people are having. And the person who is sitting just beside my right side, he has done the same thing. His hybrid system is there in the Kashmir, and also in Kanyakumari. And even beyond Kashmir and Andaman. So this one of our saying, we can link up, who will take the mic now?
Thank you, Ministry. Thank you, sir. The expectations are set, so I'll try living up to it. Okay. First of all, let me thank our chair, Ms. Shashikala. Okay. And one and all present here, very good afternoon. I'll open up with this slide presentation of ours, the topic that has been given to me. And the topic that has been given to me is on storage devices, to be more precise. And the three things that I will be talking now is about the storage devices, the challenges, and the solution, and my way of solution. Okay. Now, people, when they talk about battery, you normally listen about these two batteries, lead acid and lithium ion. Okay. But there are other batteries like PLT, flow, and thermal. If you take the life cycle of power or any energy, you create it, you store it, you use it. Okay. What's happening in this current world is, as storage is becoming a problem, we have gone from non-storage to direct on-grid kind of a thing, where you are producing it and you are giving it to a grid and where it is being consumed. How many of you can understand Telugu, or how many of you cannot understand Telugu? Andarki Telugu arthamavutunda? Okay. So the reason I wanted to ask Telugu arthamavutunda leda endukante I don't want to have the loss of conversion from English to Telugu to everyone. Okay. Andare mathrubhasha. So manki ivala, if you look at the power, the cost of the power that you are paying today is around 9 rupees, 10 rupees, and yesterday you have seen newspapers called current shock and all other things. Whereas for a megawatt producer, they are giving 2 rupees per kilowatt hour. Why is this disparity? When I am producing at 2 rupees, if you know, we have become like farmers. We are producing at 2 rupees, the consumer is paying 10 rupees. Where is that 8 rupees being lost? The 8 rupees is being lost in storage. So what's happening is, if you can't store it, there are losses. The moment there are losses, whatever I'm producing it, say for example, if I produce 10 kgs of say tomatoes, and it costed me 10 rupees per kg to produce it. When it goes to market, so 100 rupees the vendor has bought and has taken to market. Say for example, 4 kgs of it is lost. So you have 6 kgs to be sold at 100 rupees. So normally what I produce to what I sell is automatically changing, because he has also make money and has a profit. I'm just trying to give you a simple example of why there is a disparity of what we produce and what we sell. Why is this difference? It is mainly because of losses. And losses, it either can be storage challenges, transmission losses, or whatever it is. So today I'm trying to talk about a subject that is talking about storage, okay, as well as why it is important. See, what's happening is, there is abundance in some place, there is non-availability in some place. For renewable energy, what's happening is, you are having 100 megawatts, 50 megawatts, 200 megawatts in one single place. You produce it, you wheel it to
a power station and power station distributes it. So there are only few places that are suitable for wind. There are only few places that are suitable for solar. There are few places that are suitable for thermal. I mean, say for example, either it can be thermal, either it can be tidal, or either it can be hydro. Transmitting from there to here is a loss. So what's happening is demand versus supply in some particular places is so bad, and some particular places is very high, very, very high. So what's happening is now importance of storage at a different place, point of generation. Say for example, Hyderabad has enough power and we produce, and there is no place where we know the power of light maybe 1 hour. But there are still some tandas in Khammam or Warangal or Bhadrachalam area where there is no power. And 2-3 hours of power is when they start doing a lot of activities, including schooling. Sometimes there are only power in the evenings and school starts at 3 o'clock in the noon. So what is happening is now, if the storage is good, then there are no transmission losses and we can directly produce that and use it there, is the concept that government is developing. So hence the storage become very, very important. Now, I have shown you the most popular as lead acid and lithium ion, and the second acid is the PLT, flow and thermal. These are particular batteries for particular applications. Okay, the latest of the next generation technologies are fuel cells, where they are talking about ethane based and hydrogen based. But of all these fuel cells, what is the biggest challenge? Next slide, please. The challenge is the discharge time of it. What you store and when it starts discharge is something that's very important for you to know. Say, for example, in solar power, you are saving into the battery for 4 hours. మీకు అందరికీ తెలియాల్సింది ఏంటంటే ఎండకి సోలార్ పవర్ కి సంబంధం లేదు. సోలార్ పవర్ డిపెండ్స్ అపాన్ ది రేడియేషన్, అంటే లైట్. మబ్బుగా ఉన్న సోలార్ ప్యానల్స్ పనిచేస్తాయి, వేడిగా ఉన్నంత మాత్రం పనిచేయదు. మిడిల్ ఈస్ట్ లో కానీ, సౌదీలో కానీ, దుబాయ్లో కానీ 4 గంటలకు మించి సోలార్ ప్యానల్స్ పనిచేయవు. ఎందుకంటే వేడి ఈజ్ డైరెక్ట్లీ ఇండైరెక్ట్లీ ప్రపోర్షన్ టు ద ప్రొడ్యూసన్స్ ఆఫ్ పవర్ అన్నమాట. సో ఐఎమ్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ డిశ్చార్జ్. ఇప్పుడు మనకు అనిపించవచ్చు, మనకు పొద్దున్న దగ్గర సాయంత్రం 6 వరకు వెళ్తుంది కదా, లైట్ ఉంటుంది కదా అని. బట్ ద సోలార్ ప్యానల్స్ only for 4 hours in a day. Say for example, if you have a solar panel which is off-grid system where you have solar panels, batteries and utilization, after this 4 hours of charging, the battery slowly get discharged. Next slide, please. Look at it. They get discharging in some rate, and after you consume it, it completely gets discharged. So, meeku charging, discharging proposes after that, there is a automatical loss in the batteries as the batteries ages. So, storage losses or storage consumption is on 2 things. అంటే ఒక చిల్లు ఉన్న కుండను ఊహించుకుంటే మీరు, స్టోరేజ్ ఇస్ లైక్ దాట్. యాజ్ ఇట్ గెట్స్ ఓల్డ్, ఆ చిల్లు పెద్దదవుతూ ఉంటుంది. అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, మీరు ఎంత నింపినా కొంత లాసెస్ ఉంటూ ఉంటాయి, మీరు కన్స్యూమ్ చేస్తారు, మొత్తం ఖాళీ అవుతుంది. యాజ్ ఇట్ గోస్ ఆన్ ఫర్ 3 years, ద లాసెస్ ఆర్ హెవీ. సో అంటే ఆ డిశ్చార్జ్ రేట్ పెద్దదవుతుంది అన్నమాట. సో నౌ వాట్ యు కీప్ డూయింగ్ ఇట్ ఈస్, you keep changing those batteries every 3 years, which is much costlier than your system by itself. So we enhance there should be continuous power that should be provided. So how do you produce continuous power when solar has challenges, wind has challenges, thermal has challenges? We are getting into the solution, which is hybrid power, the combination of powers. Now let us look at what are the various combinations of powers and what we do. If you look at the types of hybrid, we talked about biomass solar, solar hydro, solar thermal, wind hydro, and wind solar systems. Now let us talk about biomass solar. What does biomass solar do? This biomass, the solar will help biomass to dry fat so that the gases emit faster and the biomass is extracted quickly. Similarly, if you're talking about solar thermal, it is used for both the things. We are using it for
hot water and you don't need hot water throughout the day. So rest of the times you are using for power. Similarly comes, I mean, I'm not talking about all these things, wind, solar, hybrid systems where you are capturing both wind and solar together, okay, to extract the power out of it. Of all the above hybrid systems, but for the last one, most of them are helping each other or complementing, but these wind solar are the only things where the output of both the things is same kind of power. Whereas rest of the things are not the same. Now, if you go to the next slide, why should we have wind and solar combination? If you look at the challenges of advantages of solar, advantages of wind, if you look at the challenges, availability of only 4 to 6 hours in a day, large space, storage, and seasonality. Say, for example, when you have a 5 kilowatt system in a place like Delhi or Hyderabad, you will get 20 to 22 units in summer and 10 to 13 units in winter. So, if you are wanting to have an off-grid system, what do the system design the battery for 20 kilowatts, 13 kilowatts? Yala chesna, half of the time the battery is either completely charged or overcharged, or half of the time it is completely discharged. So this is the problem with seasonality. If you are talking about wind reliability, threat to wildlife, if you have the fans that rotates, and if the blink of your eye, which is like a bird, if it matches with the speed of the turbine, it sees the gap. That is because your blink speed is equal to the rotation speed of the fan. So bird thinks that it can go through it and it gets cut or not. So andukane chala vatuku small wind uses. And number 3, noise pollution. Meeku endukante man general ga manam ila chinnappudu see all the things that are latest today are sometimes that we have used. We are only scaling is the technology. That's all. మీరు చిన్నప్పుడు ఇలా పట్టుకుని పరిగెత్తేవాళ్ళు గుర్తుందా ఫ్యాన్ కట్ చేసుకుని అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఆట మానేశారు అనుకోండి ఇప్పుడు అంతా వీడియో గేమ్స్ పబ్జీలు అనిసే అది సో we run, right? So what you do is you rotate a wing of a fan with a kind of friction between the wind and your fan, so it keeps rotating, okay? But unfortunately it produces a noise pollution, which is just a howling sound of it, okay? And expensive setup and seasonality. Because of all these things, and the other biggest drawback of wind is mental disabilities. If you look at the windmills, they are all in a cluster in a remote place. But if you Google mental diseases due to windmills, mental disabilities. So andukane big windmills are not allowed to put in a place where there is huge population. So they are all taken to a place and they are. So these are the kind of challenges that wind has. So now, if you look at hybrid, what is the advantage of combining both the things? When the solar is low, the wind is high. It is commonly known as Varsha kalalonu, chali kalalonu, gaali ekku vastundi. Enda kalalonu takku untundi. So you form an energy bank. So seasonality effects are found. The advantage of solar is giving all the power in 4 hours, and advantage of wind is giving small power for all the 24 hours. So whatever we store can be sustained using that small wind. So battery life, storage, okay. And the last thing is, you can use it for the need. And if you say, for example, I need a power for my hostel, so it has to run in the night times more, not in the mornings. So I'll use wind component more and solar component less. Whereas I'm going to give it to a place where I use it more in the morning and very less in the night for my street lights, then the combination can be good. So you can take it differently. And point of generation, because you rotate a combined place తక్కువ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి మీరు ఎక్కడ పడితే అక్కడ వాడుకోవచ్చు అన్నమాట. Say for example, if you need it in Nallamala forest, you can do it in Nallamala forest. You need not produce near Hyderabad and take all the way. Okay, next slide. Now this is a very interesting topic I would like to say. Now hybrids and a solar wind are existing for a long time. Now let us see how popular they are. Okay, generally today's generation, what they do,
If I give a topic, say for example, Phoenix board or thermal battery, what you do is you go to Google, search the images, and you'll find the products, right? Similarly, the latest of the technology, let's say flying cars, you Google it, you see so many flying cars. Now, with wind and solar existing for a long time, let us see wind solar hybrid renewable energy solutions. Unfortunately, you see block diagrams. There are no technologies, there are no companies that produce wind and solar together. Because I'll explain you the reasons. One are the technical reasons. Second are the construction reasons of small winds. Okay. First thing is difference of generation. The reason I'm trying to tell you this is to explain you what are the challenges that we can overcome, thinking if you want to become an entrepreneur today, what all you need to do is analyze the challenges. So the first thing is, in 1 square kilometer area, if you have wind solar panels, the difference of generation from that panel at that corner to this corner is not more than 2%. Whereas wind beside each other, even at a meter distance, is more than 80% sometimes. Example, మీరు ఎప్పుడైనా బీచ్కి వెళ్ళి ఉంటే విండ్ వాల్స్ ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. అంటే ఇలా విండ్ వర్ల్పూల్స్ జరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి, ఇలా రౌండ్గా తిరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి. మీరు ఇక్కడే ఉంటారు, అది అక్కడ తిరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. మీరిద్దరు సముద్రం ముందరే ఉన్నారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఇన్ 3 మీటర్ డిస్టెన్స్. అక్కడ నుంచి తిరుగుతుంది, మీ ముందర తిరుగుతుంది. బికాస్ స్మాల్ విండ్స్ ఆన్ ద ల్యాండ్ డస్ నాట్ గో లైక్ దిస్, ఇట్ గోస్ లైక్ దిస్. అందులో పెద్ద పెద్ద విండ్ మిల్స్ 20 meters height, 30 meters height, 80 meters height ఎందుకు పెడతారంటే the wind flow is straight there, whereas in small wind it is in lower fields. ఇంకా ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్పాలంటే మీరు సంక్రాంతి పతంగ ఎగరేస్తారు కదా, మీరు పక్కన పైకి వెళ్ళిపోతా ఉంటుంది, మీరు అక్కడే ఉంటుంది. The reason is the wind that you face is not the same wind as the other fellow faces. So the generation difference between wind and solar is a challenge. Then what happens? You need to have a separate setup for each of the things. Cost very only very common. Next slide, please. మీరు ఎప్పుడు విండ్ మిల్క్ ఒక టాక్ చూస్తారు. ఆ టాక్ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే ఇట్ రొటేట్స్ టు ద డైరెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద విండ్, సో దట్ ద విండ్ డైరెక్షన్ కి దీనికి ఆపోజిట్ గా తిరిగితే ఫ్రిక్షన్ వల్ల తిరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. టాక్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ మెటల్ ఐటమ్. మీకు మిగతా వాటన్నిటిలో గోడ, మిషన్, మెకానిక్స్, ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ గోడ ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఎప్పుడైతే ఒక టాక్ వంగిపోయిందో ఆ మొత్తం మిషన్ పడుతుంది. So the life of your windmill depends on the day. Sometimes you see windmill standing straight. It is not because it's not functioning or it's spoiled. It is because its tail is not working. The other thing that you do is when the windmills, and it is small wind, the more the wind, the more the speed, the more the power, the more the heat, the fire accidents. And howling noise. And only in India, only 4 states are only useful for small ones. So all these are challenges. So what we have done is we have done the study and we have come with a solution. Next slide. Next slide. This is our. This is the combination of wind and solar. It does not have tail. It is under the footprint of a solar panel. And these are all vertical axis wind turbines which go with the side of the wind, and it starts at 2 meters per second wind speed. And it has 3 generators below it, and this product is around 800 watts, which otherwise would take around 80 square. And it took us almost 7.5 years for us to launch this product, doing R&D, and we have invested heavily on this. Because only crazy people will invest in it. Google lo kuda varku men chesam ante kaaranam entante we are passionate towards about it, and there should be some stuff. Next slide. Look at the construction. It's simple: plastic, steel, and electronics. Not much. We have a top with a bearing, windmill with a generator. That's it. What we have done is we have worked on the electronics, smart computing, where what happens the word will pick into the balloon. Some old man under it will die. He said, "You are trying to insult me." He walked out. I'm a PhD graduate, double doctorate. It should not be like a fashion show. It should be like a thing that you can be used. Okay. So every product of yours should have address some pain point and it should make commercial sense. In India, we know apple is a good fruit. It is tasty. And when doctor says eat a fruit, we eat banana. Because that is also fruit, this is also fruit, no? And when we can't do it, when we can't afford it, what they compare is, they compare Benstar with the market of saying that after దాంట్లో 4 నెలలు దీంట్లో 4 నెలలు దీంట్లో నాకే కారణమే దానికి నాకే కారణమే ఏంటి అనేది కాస్ట్ ఏంటంట నేను అనుకున్నాను సరే సరే లారీ బుద్ధి చూడండి. Point is, if there is a technology, if there is an innovation that's gone into it, there's a cost for it because it's not just for making money, it is the utility of it. So any of the young entrepreneurs sitting here should see what pain points you should be addressing it. So what we have done in our business is the same thing. We tried addressing the pain points. So what I have done, I have productized all my products, starting with rooftop. Okay. Let's now quickly glide through this. Okay. It is simple rooftop application next slide. Okay. This picture. This click it. Go back once. Go back once. Accept picture. There will be a video. Okay. This is next into circuit change. This is the front view of it, and this is the back view of it, and this is the beautiful building is a Charlapalli jail. If you have not gone, it is a jail. Charlapalli jail. It is. This is the front view, and this is the back view of it, where we have combination of wind and solar. Next slide, please. Very good, sir. It is, aesthetics is one of the things, you know. So this is the NMDC building on the other side of it, because I purposefully did not put it on the side where you can see from the bridge, because it will be distracting and it will be problematic with the traffic. So we installed on the other side of the NMDC building. Just click on it, sir. So this is the front view and this is the back view of the same thing. And the noise is not from my product, it is from the air that you is giving it. I completely understand it. That is all this. Next slide, please. The other beautiful application that we have decided to go on is for the telecom towers, because telecom towers has the battery as a compulsion where, because they have to change the frequencies and 90% should be your uptime. ఒక్కసారి డౌన్లోడ్ కొట్టిన తర్వాత అది డౌన్లోడ్ కాకపోతే ఎన్ని తిట్లు తిట్టుకుంటాం మనం దీన్ని దానికోసం కష్టపడాలి కదా. సో టెలికామ్ టవర్స్ ఇస్ వన్ మోర్ అప్లికేషన్స్ వేర్ వి హావ్ వెంట్ ఇట్ అండ్ వాట్ వి హావ్ డన్ ఇస్ నెక్స్ట్ స్లైడ్ ప్లీజ్. We have the ground mount that we have put in. First solar panels ఉండేవి. What we have done is we have added wind and reduced the generator time to come down, because we have not added much power to it. This 10 kilowatt was generating around 40 units. But towards the day, only 30 units is being consumed. 30% of the generation was going as losses or discharged from the battery. So by just adding 2 kilowatt of wind, what we have done is we have saved almost 9 units of power, which reduced the usage of generator. Okay. Then what they have done next slide, please. They have replaced all the generators with the mobile units. Next slide. And they have retrofitted wherever possible. Just click on it. Don't strain your brain, we have this video statistics. Next slide, please. And then they have taken our products onto the telecom towers. Next slide. This is one of the telecom towers that we have installed in Myanmar. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూస్తే ఇది ఒకసారి తిరిగి చూడండి. Next slide. And this is the installation of Pride to us. This is the first 75-meter telecom tower in Bangladesh, installed by EDACO. Just go ahead. Okay. This is 4 kilowatt of wind and 10 kilowatt of solar, and this is in the marshy lands of an island. And this entire tower, the first tower of 75 meters, is working on completely renewable energy, and you see no generators installed below it. And this is one of the islands of Bangladesh. It was that you don't have any generator. This is the operating group.
And the vision of sight is around 200 kilometers for this. And it's the first 75-meter tower. And this is where our product is. Next slide, please. Now, what we have done, next slide. We now started working on applications which would need a lot of districts where we replace generators. It should not generators replace generators. Then we started working with the defense for the disaster management. Next slide, please. We have gone for the vehicle charge stations. Click on it. Next. We have gone for the boats. We have taken renewable energy to a place where people would not have think renewable energy would work there. Next slide, please. So what we have done, why did we go there? You would have seen in newspapers where you see that fishermen have been arrested and other things. You know why fishermen are arrested? They go into the ocean trying to catch the fish, and if they don't catch the fish, they will do whatever is to save the oil. Once you save the oil, you turn off the engines and those will not charge the batteries. Your communication navigation system stops and they will drift to the enemy waters and they are captured. And you know what happens? But just for navigation system lights and VFs and fans for a small boat like this, you take 5 liters of diesel. So now just imagine, you know how many fishing boats we have in this country? You know how many fishing boats you have in Andaman Nicobar Islands? More than 12,000 boats. Small boats, I'm not talking about big boats. Imagine I install only on 1,000 boats. I save around 15 lakh liters of diesel, which either will be getting into the ocean or atmosphere by polluting it. So this small 1 kilowatt system, if she can save 5 liters of diesel every day from single boat, by installing 1,000 boats, I'm saving around 15 lakh liters. So government has made a policy decision that it has to be installed on every fishing boat from next commercial year. I don't know what it happens, how it happens, but you know, we have proved to the people that is doing it, and now we are supplying it to every fishing boat in Sri Lanka because they are dying of lack of oil. Next slide, please. What we have done is, next pain point is for the float mills, which is like a cage farming. You know what happens? The cage farming line is that feed will be put in a cage and the fish will grow in the cage itself. And as it grows, you will be have to feed it every 1 hour during the day and during the night. And while they are walking in the nights, they fall into these things because it will be very wet. And what happens is, if they fall with the food bag, all these fish will flock. And the only way that he can do is by cutting the cage and coming out. Now, what we have done, we have floated it and we have installed street lights or the lights so that the farmer can walk peacefully. Next slide, please. Now, is there only small application? Can't we do it for bigger ones? Next slide will give an answer for bigger installations. Just click on it. This is a 125 kilowatt installation, and we are trying to do it in all the island nations, starting with Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar Islands. This installation is Mauritius, and this is not an animation. It is an existing site of a megawatt where we do 250 kilowatt in 3 different places. Next slide, please. We have done an application for freezers where we started cooling the freezer up to -20 degrees centigrade, and this is a DC freezer, and we have distributed many of these things in Africa for storing of vaccines, because the vaccine does not work well if you don't store in a proper temperature. And for COVID vaccines in those remote areas have been done this, and this is the only product that is being approved by WHO and NIPRO, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research. Next slide, please. This, if there is no COVID all the time, they can use it to store everything. Next. The biggest pain point we have seen for the farmers, which occupy 60% of our profession, is farmers. And the biggest problem that I have seen is the pricing of farmers, production, and the sales. Thanks to ni-msme, thanks to NIRD, and thanks to Manage, these are the people who gave me idea for this product. The next slide, please. What we have done is, if you see, there are articles which comes that tomato farmers and tomato farmers, you know why it is done? all the harvest comes in 1 week's time. So you have 3,000-4,000 kgs in 1 week. So they will not store it. They will keep it so that first dose course in second dose, seventh dose course in okay, sir, market comes. Market lo fresh వేరుకుంటాము అంటే ఏంటి 7వ రోజు పండింది వేరుకుంటాం ఫస్ట్ 1వ రోజు పండింది పులిపోతూ ఉంటుంది అన్నమాట కొంత టైం ఎప్పటికి 60 రూపాయలు అవుతుంది 50 రూపాయలు అవుతుంది 2 రూపాయలు అవుతుంది పారేసి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది బట్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎ మెథడాలజీ టు స్టోర్ అండ్ డూ ద మార్కెట్ క్యాప్ ఫర్ one week, it is neither a burden to you, neither a burden to your farmer. So we have done this and developed this so that we have a small cold storage for the combination of farmers in the field itself. And next slide, please. What we have done is we have designed previous slide. We have designed a system not only for just storing, they can use this for the pumping as well when they are not using for storing. Okay. Next slide, please. So we have state aid applications and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. And this is 100% made in India and in Hyderabad. And this product, while this technology is done patented in US, this is manufactured 100% in Hyderabad and in India. Next. Next slide, please. We have installations around 30 countries in the world. Okay. Next. And these are various installations. The reason I have shown installations is it can be installed in any place, anywhere. Railway stations, sheds, hospitals. Next slide, please. Next slide. We have done it for defense. Next slide. Okay, now I would like to tell about this. This is the first, the installation on the top is in Kalimpong. Kalimpong is an area where it's a border between China and India in northeast, where it will be covered under 7 feet of snow or 5 to 7 feet of snow for almost half an year. And there is no way the power lines can reach there. So the people used to be standing there looking at physically, and once they come back, they would have been crippled or their legs or foots would have been cut out. Let me tell you, you love to live in a desert without a shirt rather than living in a cold place with a lot of sweaters and other things. Cold is worst to be really experiencing it. We have been there. Okay, what we have done is we have found a system where, please click on it, sir, where this will be powering an unmanned camera, okay, in the bunker nearby. This one, we have installed a camera and we have a bunker, and 400 such installations are taking care of 3,000 kilometers of security and safety monitoring 24/7. And what we have done, not only that, we have given shelter, we have given powering the shelters to the army patrol. Okay. Chala Bhavana, January 26th, we feel very patriotic about the people. But let me tell you, the people beyond few locations where you can physically go, the people are staying there. And you know what? They are given the phone to charge only 1 hour in a week so that they can talk to their family, because the power is one of the very critical resources to them where the power do not go there. So what we have done is we started powering their cubicles in the foothills of Himalayas and in Himalayas as well, powering the bunkers like that. Next slide, please. This is the installation of the highest thing in the world. The peak that you are seeing is Mount Everest. Okay. And we have installed beyond 16,000 foot high. Okay. And it is one of the highest installations of any renewable energy. And we started giving to their camps. And let me tell you, renewable energy is the only business in the world which has social corporate responsibility as a business model. It is not separate. You have, because 70% of your customers can't pay for your product because they don't have money, they don't have product. And 20% of the places you can't go. There are only 20%, or I can say 10 to 15% who can afford your renewable energy, and that is changing now. But thanks to the country and thanks to people like Chandradeep Solar who are educating people on solar, but this is the fact. Next slide, please. We have done a lot of international installations and it has been seen by whoso of the world. And next slide, please. We have gone to places and we have seen, next slide, please. Okay, we have won in number of awards.
And these are all the places that were available. Thank you, team, for thank you very much. If we had the best presentation ever, without any hesitation, I could have handed over to Best presentation of this conference is made by Mr. Venkat Tangidara. It is so much informative. Really, the definition of sustainable development has been given to you by Mr. Venkat Tangidara. All of you should take his phone number and apply for the internship. It is a chance for all young boys and girls. So, Abhi Ghar ka bacha, Mr. Koteshwar Rao, a very good friend, very knowledgeable person in environmental science. In 10 minutes, he will complete because most of the people are feeling hungry by this time. So, there is a question. I will definitely give chance. Please, Mr. Koteshwar Rao, faculty member, National Institute for Micro Small Medium Enterprises.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Jason sir, Dr. Krishna madam, Professor Director, Institute of Science and Technology, DSCU, and Tangirala, and most importantly, all the participants who came for the to attend this fine day. It's not audible, sir. Mic off. Is it okay? So we start the presentation. All the delegates who came from the different parts of the states, so I think majority of them are here, and some other country participants also are too, and they are also joining us. Now I would like to give most important, most identical part, the green technologies. So it's the theme of the conference, green energy powering to MSME in future. Okay, Pradeep, for the presentation, the PPT is here. Best of me, copy will be just quickly, we have a time constraint, only maybe hardly 10 to 15 minutes. As much as possible, I will finish it. Please kindly cooperate with us. I will explain you in detail. No problem, it will be shared. As we discussed green technology, I would like to highlight about some of the points here. Green technology together for sustainable future. With green technology, which as we discussed by our previous presenters, technology which is environmentally friendly, developed and used for the so that it doesn't disturb our environment and conserve natural resources. Environmental technology and the green technology. Make it fast because time is not here. Green technology system that uses innovative methods to create the environment friendly product, different kind of products that we given by our previous presenters. Also, it uses renewable natural resources that never deplete, so future generation can be benefit from it. The majority of the products are giving different kind of activities by using the green environmental technology. That product also going to be sold to you in a couple of minutes. As we discussed in the previous, I think so far, yesterday also the presenter given by the Ajay Mishra also highlighted during the speech, reduce, reuse, diffuse, renew, and the responsibility. Everybody has to take their responsibility to implement whatever the learning, whatever the input which is given in the green technology. So the 7Rs concept, as we discussed earlier. This is the major important aspects. Goals for the green technology. First one is the reducing by using different kinds of fuels like fuels. Then we'll get some sort of waste material there. by using this waste material leads to consumption of energy consumption from the various sources, which is collected from the different locations, and the wastage of the clean water. This is the one circular economy will be takes this. This is the pandemic activity. Coming to the recycling activity, as we discussed previously, single-use plastic. Single-use plastic, phasing out of single-use plastic by as call given by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji recently, and this is already implemented by the Telangana State Pollution Control Board effectively. That is a single-use plastic concept now. It's a recycling activity. Paper. There is one entrepreneur who is recently, I think 2 days back, we had the exhibition of here. Gurram Pradeep Kumar is a paper recycling, and he is making as a value-added product like pencils converted into papers will be converted into useful papers, converted into usable pencils and things and different kind of carryable baggage. That's also promoting. This is also availing the financial assistance by the Telangana State Pollution Control Board. They are similar. Yeah. You see, this kind of this kind of activities will be promoted at the grassroots level, so that it will be creating awareness among the various stakeholders. As we discussed by the Sangira Ravi sir, renewing energy, as we discussed, wind energy, hydro energy, solar energy, biofuels. Biofuels part we would like to highlight over here. And the wastewater generation, there is a JETL, Geothermal Efficient Treatment Plant. Vakare sir, Executive Director, he is also operating this kind of biofuels, the waste to energy project. They are implementing at the grassroots level. Those who are interested to tie up with them, please kindly attach it to Vakare Garu, Executive Director, JETL, Geothermal Efficient Treatment Plant. Fourth point is refusing the use of the plastic packages. Make your waste the green technology. So if all things what we are discussing previously will be converted into go for the circular economy activity. Those who are going to establish this kind of intervention, please kindly contact with us, the Department of Science and Technology, as well as the DSIR, Department of Scientific Industrial Research also. They are eagerly waiting for the ideas, new innovative ideas, to establish the activity and promoting the green technology. Goals for the green technology, the responsibility, everybody has to take their field responsibility to implementing at their respective at the household condition itself. As we discussed by our Honorable Governor at the speech, he highlighted about the responsibility has to be taken from the individual level. Then only it will come to the entire nation will be implementing the same. Don't waste the fuel, don't waste the food material, don't waste the water, never leave the taps open while working. These are the general activities, but it is getting good out here. I'm going to explain about these 4 points highlighted over here: green energy, green information technology part, the green building concept, the green nanotechnology. Green chemistry, previous activity. So, this is the carbon dioxide, it's a gaseous phases, liquid phases. Then you see this photograph in the presentation. Then increasing the temperature to the pressure, then you get the supercritical fluid. Then carbon dioxide increasing day to day here, by releasing of different kind of pollutants to the atmosphere without any pre-treatment. Principles of the green chemistry is preventing waste materials, less hazardous chemical synthesis, safer chemicals and products, safer solvents and reaction conditions, increasing the energy efficiency at the various levels. Wherever the possibilities, we need to go for the first option is the reducing. If not possible, is there any option? Second option for the recycling. 2, reducing. Recycling is not optimal. That material will be directly sent for the secure landfilling. As we discussed by the Environmental Protection Agency, the design for the environment, BPE, works the partnership with industry, environmental groups, academia, reducing the risk for the people of environment by the funding, by ways of preventing pollution activities. They also, UNDP also come forward voluntarily. They are going to highlight the different kind of financial assistance to the students who are going to establish such kind of green technology intervention activity. Next. Yeah, chemicals. There is a so you can see the symbol here. Green circle is the green half circle. This the green circle indicates the chemicals is safe to use and does not cause any harm to the home health or else the local environment. This example citric acid, green half circle. The chemicals expected to be a low concern used by the experimental as well as model data. That is in aspartic acid and monosodium dichlorobenzene. There is a yellow triangle. This chemical has some hazardous issues like taxonomy and methyl LOA. There is a gray square. See this location. It will be there. This chemical will not be acceptable for the using of the product like BIS, benzoalcoholic chloride, and removed from the list of the solvents for this kind of activity. This kind of promotional activity we need to promote. Green energy. Next one. The CSP, concentrated solar power plant, wherever the places, it's possible we need implementing it different parts of the sources. We need to, in our institute, we have the 200 kilowatt power installed by the MNRE. So we have to get to the 50% power consumption for the solar plant only. At the Sun Mobile, as we said, also we have the exhibition, also some other activities are here. Basic fundamental information. Solar road construction, solar road by concentrating modules to each other, 2.5 by the 3.5 meters, embedded with the solar panel covered with the tempered version. We have the beautiful photograph here. Yeah. There is an innovative activity as discussed by the previous presenter, Tangirala sir. There is a number of modules. Wind turbines, wind energy power. And this is the previous information collected. Hydroelectricity power also came to the picture. Previous slide.
Hydrogen power.
Hydrogen power. Hydrogen power. Next one. Next one. Yeah. Here is a intaking water generator, power turbine, whatever the producing turbines are located here. Then whatever the producing electricity, this will improve public utility purpose. Taking water, discharging, water will be flowing away. Water by running the turbine, generated this here electricity power will be generated here. This will be directly to public utility purpose to the transformer. Next one. Tidal power, that's the innovative activity. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for giving the opportunity, Dr. Sir. And
he has given a general description of the various branches of renewable energy. You have the option before you. You can choose any part: solar, wind, biomass, hydro, bioenergy, biofuel, and in hydrogen. In future, there will be more and more. The young people, they can think. It is not a matter of taking decision right now, not in impulse, but to give a thought after discussing with the learned people who were there yesterday, who are there today, and who you will be meeting tomorrow and day after tomorrow, and so on. So before I conclude this session for the lunch, I will request again, Mr. Sharad, please disconnect your phone and do the duty. Please felicitate Madam with memento. I know you are doing multivarious jobs. You are becoming speaker. You are Director, Institute of Science and Technology, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. I will request Rajendra Prasad Garu to felicitate Mr. Venkat Tangirala with our memento. Now, elder brother, Mr. Gaur will felicitate the younger brother, Mr. Koteshwar Rao with a memento. We give thanks to Madam Professor Shashikala for taking, managing her time for this conference, and also the speaker, the entertainer. He's a busy man. This is year end, the auditing and other things are going on. I believe he has a lot of pressure on his shoulder, but he has come yesterday, he has come today, made a very nice presentation. And also our friend, our colleague, Koteshwar Rao, he has also come to make the presentation. Now I request everybody to have their lunch, but to come back by 2 o'clock. Today, we will conclude everything by 4:30. So please cooperate with us, come back by 2 o'clock, so that we can start our valedictory session at 3 o'clock. There will be award ceremony. The boys and girls who got the rank in hackathon contest, they will be awarded by the valedictory session chief guest. At the same time, some people who have contributed a lot for this conference, they will be felicitated. So please be with us. So as long as you are staying with us for another 2 hours, you stay with us and make the program successful. Now, in empty stomach, people cannot take anything. Fill up your stomach and come back.
वेंकट का ये भी है ये मैडम का है, ये आपका किधर है? ये भी लेके जो मैडम का साहब है नीचे खाने का क्या So you can see okay, take lunch. Hello, I am free. I am free now. खाना खा के आओ। हो गया इतना जल्दी?
आप वेट कर रहे हो?
मैं लंच लेता नहीं।
क्यों सर?
एक ना बड़ा है तो नहीं नॉर्मली व्हाट हैपेंस इफ यू गो टू एनी
relatives home, then it is a compulsion. Otherwise, if you go for any, invitation, then you don't say it's a compulsion. Otherwise, yes. I mean, I am a newcomer here. I need the old players to be with me. Okay, great. But you don't go, you stay in the ceremony. If possible. Coming means not only here, the panel of authority is told that she has a meeting with CM because the ability to do the innovation is so she called me yesterday night and said, "Sorry, I said, I understand. You need to have the program. How can you come?" So one sponsor is Sana Ishwari. He will do it. Or if you have what you know, I have the network. I have the network. You have seen that. Yes. Even at George Sundar Ganwa, it was right there. So, very good afternoon again. I know it is very difficult to listen any lecture or any serious lecture rather after lunch, but it is a compulsion that I should speak. It is a compulsion that you should listen. But I will try to make it as easy as possible so that you can understand the importance of the role of solar energy for the agriculture and irrigation. So you can understand my role is changed now. I am not the anchor anymore. I am the speaker at this point of time. Solar energy for agriculture. You know, agriculture, we all know the importance of agriculture, we all know. If agriculture was not there, we have to import the food for more than 1 billion population from abroad, which is not possible. We can import gun. Professor M.S. father of Green Revolution, had told me once, long time back in 2008-9, that you can import guns, but you cannot import food for the 1. I think now it is 3, 5 or 4 billion population of India. You have to grow it. And in order to grow the food for this many people, Indian people, who have different types of taste, different types of choice of food. I know that, but because I am from Bengal and I have an address in South India also, in the Warangal district. So I got the chance to mix up with the people of Eastern India as well as the people of South India. So tastes are different, choice is different. How can you expect the nation to bring food from outside? It's not possible. We have to grow the food for each and every Indian in India itself. For that, the first thing is that you need soil. You need soil. The agricultural soil, fertile soil you need. And you also need electricity. You need soil, you need water, and you need electricity. So, the electricity is a debatable issue. If from yesterday to today, we are talking about the electricity. But in India, you should remember that electricity is a subject of politics. Electricity is a subject of politics also. If you go to North India, you can see Bijli ka bhav badana nahi hai. This kind of, many slogans are written in the wall, in the street, in the train, in the buses, like that. Because North India is agriculturally very fertile. And they cannot afford to pay the high cost of electricity to the government because they're already paying the loans that they have taken from the banks for the growth of the agriculture. So, for agriculture, we need water that comes from sky. We do not have any control on that. We need land. The land has to be fertile land. To some extent, we do not have control on that also. Finally, the electricity, as I said, which is a politics in India, a government can be toppled with that issue. We have seen that. So, that agriculture, which needs electricity, is also a center of point for pollution. Because we are using conventional electricity. And the problem of the DISCOM, yesterday DISCOM people were there, that is the main problem. We cannot keep all important issues of the past day in the past session like that. Then we cannot arrange lunch. We have to skip lunch and we have to keep on talking and we have to keep on listening. That is not possible. Yesterday, DISCOM people were there. They could share their pain. I know they are pain. That they don't get the money from the electricity user. And the electricity users are none other but the people who are selling our land. We cannot see our agriculture, farmer people are dying. It's not possible to see that. No chief minister will allow to see, no chief minister would like to see that a farmer died because of the starvation. That becomes a very debatable issue in India. It's not possible. But how a farmer will sustain? How a farmer will sustain? Because they have to pay the loan, EMI, monthly to the bank, from where they have taken the loan. At the same time, they have to pay the electricity, high electricity cost to the rupees 10, 12, even though you give subsidy, it is 4, 6, to the DISCOM. So they hook, they illegally take the electricity for their agricultural purpose. And the quality of that electricity supply is very bad. It's not adequate. Power supply is not continuous. And the voltage current is also not adequate. So for the purpose they are taking the electricity in illegal way, that is not so. So it's a vicious problem, vicious cycle, which you have to cut. So I must appreciate government of India in this point. The present government of India had taken a bold step. They said, see, DISCOMs are suffering. They are in a very bad shape of their economy. But we have to retain them. At the same time, we have to make our farmers active and alive. So they met the agricultural expert and also the union leaders of the farmer. Then they decided that, okay, I give you one-time solution and you don't come back to me again. You do not come back to me again. And what is that solution? That is the solar pump. I give you, if 90% subsidy, I will give you solar pump. If the cost is in the market of 6 lakh, 7 lakh, 8 lakh, depends on the capacity and size. So 90% subsidy I am giving to you, but you don't come back to me. You use it for many years and save some money to buy it after 25 years, another solar pump. So this is the concept. So I will now show you some slides, and whatever I told you, like a story, I'm a good storyteller. So whatever I told you as a story, that is a reality. It's not a story only. It is a reality. The crops which we grow, we need to grow it throughout the year for 1.35 hungry population, which is very large. And as I said, we cannot import it from outside. So first, land, that is not in our hand. Rainfall, that is also not in our hand. But electricity, that is in our hand. What kind of electricity we give them? That there is a choice, there is an option. And at the same time, the cost of the electricity, that also we can manage. So Pradeep, keep on scrolling. I don't say anything about us because it's not the place of marketing of Chandradeep Solar, but I will show this slide because I was motivated by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam to leave the job and to enter in the business. Blessings of him that still I am surviving. And also Professor M.S. Swaminathan, the father of Green Revolution, he had given me a lot of good advices which helped me to keep on working. Next slide. Next slide. So, world needs uninterrupted energy supply, we know that. India had more than 370 gigawatt utility-based installed electricity generating capacity. Increased now. We have come to know from our expert, it is 450. In 2022, we have 450 gigawatt utility-based electricity capacity. So next slide. So we can generate much solar power like 5,000 trillion kilowatt hour per year energy. It is possible to generate. We started the Jawaharlal Nehru mission when Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister of India, and we had the plan on that time to generate 20 gigawatt of electricity by 2020. But we achieved that target before 2020. That is a good thing. Because of Corona, it became a little slow, but we had achieved it by 2020. Next. See, we all should remember the ex-Prime Minister of India, Vajpayee ji, because on that time only the Electricity Act was formulated by the government of India. The Electricity Act gives you the liberty, remember it, in no engineering college it will be told, in no book it is written. In the Electricity Act, it is said that you can generate any green electricity, means you can generate electricity from any green sources. What are the green sources? Solar, wind, biomass. Now hydrogen is also coming. EV is the application, it is not the source. So solar, wind, biomass and hydro. But hydro below 25 megawatt. Hydro below 25 megawatt. Above 25 megawatt hydro power system is not considered as renewable. So solar, wind, biomass. So you can install and generate without taking permission from any authority like this. The Electricity Act gives you that freedom. Generation is possible without taking. That means you can install a rooftop solar power with battery, you can use it. But in order to distribute that electricity through the grid, you have to take permission. Because distribution is the right of government. And most of the discoms are owned by the government or monitored by the government. So you have the generation right, you have the use right also, consumption right also. But in order to distribute that, you have to take permission from the government. Next slide. Target is revised, increased 40 gigawatt rooftop program. From yesterday, people are discussing about that. That 40 gigawatt rooftop target is not been accomplished. Solar park accomplished, startup and other. They have the provision of 20 gigawatt. Ongoing program is also there. Next slide. Now the agriculture background, I already said about this. This photo we have seen so many times when we travel by bus or train. So next slide. So the background, irrigation is the artificial process. Means agriculture is natural, but irrigation is the process. How you do the irrigation? You lift the water and that you distribute. In order to lift the water and to distribute, you need electricity. That is the case. It's a simple matter. Why an agriculturist or a farmer will need electricity? What the relation electricity has with farming is none other but lifting the water and distributing the water in the land. That is the case. So how we do that? We do it, we either from groundwater, rainwater is there, but there are many places in India, even in Telangana, even in Andhra, even in West Bengal, that where the farmers get very, very less rainfall. So we have to lift the groundwater. For that, we need energy. Energy means electricity. Sometimes the water is under 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet. So we need more energy, more electricity. And as I say, farmers cannot pay the EMI, so how they will pay for the electricity bill? That was the solution is given. That you have it and you use the solar pump to lift the water from under the ground. That is the most important matter. Next slide. So importance of agriculture, I already said. Next slide. GDP and agriculture, 19.9% GDP comes from agriculture. Next slide. Now, water scarcity has a huge impact on food production. Without water, people do not have a means of watering their crops. And therefore, to provide food for fast-growing population. So this picture gives you the idea, why do we need electricity for farming? Next slide. So this is the process, how it works. A solar water pump system is commonly seen in residential and commercial use. If you take the metro train from Uppal, how many of you are from Hyderabad? These students? How many of you know from where you are? Anga. So will you be here on Saturday or Sunday like that? So if you are here, take the train from this Yusufpura metro train, I am telling, and go up to Uppal. And again you take the train, go up to Raidu. You can see the installation in both sides. And if you are from the Kakinada Rajmundi side, even from the Eluru side, Vijayawada side, you can see so many water pumps over there. So many. So mostly we see the application of solar either in industrial sector or in residential sector as a rooftop or as a ground mounted solar power system. But this is the agricultural system where sunlight is falling on the panel. From there to pump controller, then I am not an engineer economist. Yes, Rajendra Prasad can explain better. Next. So this is the thing which we want. This is the thing. If you go to North India again, I have attended many conferences in Delhi where people hand in hand, I have seen the scholars and not scholars, senior professors, policy makers, they are fighting with the issue of pani. Pani is a very dangerous word there. So if you are not dealing with pani and bijli, in the morning I said, who is the most successful startup owner in India now? Arvind Kejriwal. How he became chief minister first time? Huh? Bijli half, pani maaf. See, how you become a successful, I'm just shifting from my subject. How can you become a successful entrepreneur? You have to understand the pain of your customer. You have to understand the pain of the society. Even though you earn 1 lakh rupees, nobody wants to pay the electricity bill or water bill from their account. That I have understood living for this many years. Neither a poor person nor a rich person or richest person. Mera paisa main kyun dunga? That is the thought. So Kejriwal said, Bijli pani maaf, bijli half. Bijli half, pani maaf. So the society accepted it. So as a startup, you have to understand the pain of your customer and deliver the product which or service which they want. So pani is a very debatable issue over there. You have to be very careful when you deal with water. So this water comes under the ground when you use a system. The system is a solar photovoltaic system. And the capacity of the solar photovoltaic system depends on your requirement. Now, how far this water should travel? How big your agricultural area? Accordingly, you will design the system and you will prepare the configuration and purchase the product. It's a very simple thing. But that simple thing becomes complicated when you don't give the subsidy, because farmer cannot buy paying 5 lakh or 6 lakh like that. For that only NABARD type of banks are there, supports are there. Through them only the government releases the fund to the farmers. Next slide. I have given the list of some companies who are there for many years like Shakti Pump, Luby Solar, Falcon Pump, Aquatex, Wari, they are in this business from 1965. Even I was not born on that time. So from that time to many companies, even 1956, people, they are manufacturing solar power pump and giving. So there are mostly two types of solar irrigation, 2 HP, 4.6 HP. So how much they can suck and how much they can deliver, that is also given. You can install the photovoltaic system of 1.8 kilowatt, at the same time 4.8 kilowatt. The cost is 2,90,000 or 7,15,000 plus minus 10% like that in the market at present. The efficiency is like that. So as equal as the normal pumps are, and sometimes it is much higher than the conventional power based pump. The maximum flow rate obtained from 69 LPM against 65 LPM. So if the solar module is perfect and that generates the electricity properly, so lifting of water will be more than the conventional power. Next slide. Some challenges are there, as I say, that the DISCOMs, they face the problem. DISCOMs are in a very bad shape. They don't want the reality is that the DISCOM, even the governor, honorable governor madam also said, when Sunil Sharma Garu was telling that I am using solar electricity and paying only 2,000 and saving this much of money, then it was a humor. The governor madam had said that this is not a good news for the DISCOM, because government is not getting their money. So DISCOM is the main problem. They don't want solar pumps to grow because still agriculture is the largest organized sector, in India, than in comparison to any other economic generated area. So if they don't take electricity from the DISCOMs, it will be a very big loss for them. But at the same time, the highest level of the government, like Prime Minister and other key policy makers, they have observed that they are not getting anything, even though DISCOMs are there, because the farmers are unable to pay. So when farmers are unable to pay and not paying anything, and sometimes arranging the electricity in little bit improper way, it is better to give them the electricity freely and wash your hands. Why to maintain such big establishment offices for the purpose which is not made? So that is the main challenge. Next slide. There is also some risk for the farmers that if the quality of pump is not good, then they have to pay for the repair and other things. But from my experience, I am in solar field for last 14 years. Whatever you do, if you do not break the glass, soften glass, module will run for 25 years. There is no doubt in that. There is no doubt in that. When we hear the strip of one crocin or calpol, we take it without any hesitation. If we have fever, normal fever, I'm not talking about corona. Or if you are having some kind of stomach problem, we are taking the tablet. So it is as sure like medicine. If a module is tested in the laboratory, in the sun simulator machine, and comes out with the okay tested report, if you don't break that, it will run for 25 years. So some people told me, like a joke, that marriages that do not sustain today for 25 years. But solar modules sustain for 25 years, sometimes more than 25 years. So that is the blessings of nature, that nature helped us to create solar module. It is the contribution, highest contribution of the scientific and engineering fraternity, that they could create the solar module, and you can use that solar module to lift the groundwater and also to circulate and distribute that water for the most important purpose. If we did not need food, none of us, means most of us, would not work, would not listen this conference or any other. So we need the food 3-4 times every day, which should grow in India. For that we need water. We cannot depend on rainwater. So the solar pump is needed. This is the logic. Next slide. So CO2 emission is also a problem for the if you use the conventional this thing, and if you use that the solar based thing, then that problem is not there. Next slide. Initiative of Government of India, as I said, Pradhan Mantri Kishan Suraksha Evam Uttar. Something. It is better to say PM Kusum. So this institute, ni-msme, had organized some classes with Mr. Koteshwar Rao. You have seen on his initiative in the month of October. They had organized one online class for week-long or 5 days, I cannot remember. We were also speaker in that. So they had explained about this thing. You can also search in Google PM Kusum. You search it and get the knowledge from the website. Next. So apart from that, they have the other incentives and this thing, that thing, everything you will get from the website. So it is a formality to give you thanks because you have given a patient hearing, and I saw that all the eyes were open. Nobody said, as I say everyone, that I am a good public speaker, I am a good public speaker. That is my key competency. Now I go back to my previous role, the role of an anchor. I will request Dr. Kaushik to come to the stage. The best outcome of this conference is to get two very wonderful boys, one M. Sharath, another one Dr. M.K. Kaushik. He is the center head of SEICCBIT, Engineering College of Hyderabad. He has the tremendous organizational skill. He can organize 2-3 programs at a time with the students, not with the people like me. Old people he does not like. He likes the young people like you, and he tries to motivate you. So on behalf of ni-msme, he had organized the Green Energy Hackathon. It started on 17th and concluded on 19th. So result has already been declared also. So now the best 4 hackathon participants, they will make a presentation of 4-5 minutes, and I will tell Kaushik to conduct that session.
Thank you, sir. So before I call upon top 5 teams, sir. So top 5 teams, I just want to tell the statistics of participants. We have seen 21 teams participating in this green hackathon. In 15 teams we have given out, and out of 15 teams, people have selected 10 teams. These 19 teams have participated, and then out of 19, we have selected 5 teams as top 4, and as well as 1 more is in women category. We have got participation from 7 different colleges and 2 states, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Out of these people have come to finals. Now I would like to call upon first team Go Green to come and present their idea for 5 minutes. You can see a school student participating in Green Hackathon. She studies in 9th class, and she has collaborated with engineering students from English. So both of them have participated, and they stood in first place. Please go on.
Hello everyone. This is Srivalli from DAV Public School, Sattalgoda.
I'm S.D. Vardhan. I'm from Srinivas Institute of Science and Technology. I'm here to explain about the role of green energy in the society, like what is the impact.
So our idea is an IoT and AI-based smart hybrid model for sustainable and secure green energy. So as we all know, there are a few problems associated with Indian power sector, as also discussed by Dr. Chattopadhyay just now. So the DISCOMs are incurring a lot of losses, and almost there are 240 million consumers which are still in the dark. They don't have the access to electricity, and also the load growth is increasing year by year around 6 to 8%. So there are also a few problems with the traditional power grid, like centralized and bulk generation and very limited automation. Also, the consumers do not have the data to manage their energy usage. So to tackle all these problems and as a step towards the smart grid vision of India as given by NSDM, that is to transform the Indian power sector into a secure, adaptive, sustainable and digitally enabled ecosystem that provides reliable and quality energy for all with the active participation of stakeholders. So we are here to develop an IoT and AI-based smart hybrid model for sustainable and secure green energy. And we are concentrating on pain points such as cost of deployment, smart grid cyber security, the awareness in public, and the transition from old legacy systems. I would like my colleague to explain it further.
Well, that's a nice flavor. So coming to the existing methodologies in what are the techniques we are going to the automation of the smart energy systems. Basically, we are having this grid, so called as this transmission automation and distribution automation. Mainly, the transmission automation is getting like distribution automation, which is getting divided into two main subtopics, like the distribution automation things and the transmission automation things, which consist of SCADA, Renewable Data Acquisition Center, and DMS, like demand side management, DER, distributed energy management. We'll be having many subcategories in this, and according to these categories, we have been segregated into many four layers, like the information layer. Mainly, we are focusing upon the information layer. So we'll be having 5 zones, like 5 consumers and 6 zones. So mainly the thing is to promote the smart green vision of India. So with the help of IoT, we are collecting the data. With the help of IoT, we are collecting the data. We are sending it to the cloud server. From that cloud server, we are extracting the data with the help of artificial intelligence and machine. At least when we are introducing artificial intelligence, there could be at least one link related to machine learning. It could be unsupervised learning. It could be supervised learning. It could be regression analysis, correlation analysis, random forest. Whatever the technique you are implementing, the main thing is to extract that data. We'll be having some steps like fetching the data, processing the data, sending the data to the cloud server, using some samples, generating some samples, validating with that samples. We need to develop a models. So what type of data has to be sent to a machine? The machine has to learn itself. Like if I given these kind of inputs, we have to learn accordingly rather than we are not providing the inputs. Mainly our basic thing is to provide the constraints to that system, such that it will develop its own, it will learn itself. It will learn itself. If I given this input, I have to act accordingly. According to the history of the data provided by any user, it has to detect that okay, this operation is in not normal position. Abnormal activities are being done. So I have to cut this out and send the information to the energy service provider, and that information has to reflect on the consumer app. We are providing an app for this. Any securities, any vulnerabilities. So by fetching the data using some techniques, we'll be come across some vulnerabilities. Like what are the defects that we are come across? They are like IP configuration, misconfigurations, XSS, cross-site settings, and denial of service, of course, memory configuration. These are related to the device attacks, network attacks, application data centers, and data vulnerability applications. So there will be an algorithm that will be developing that. First, we need to we'll be connecting the data we will generate the samples according to the data given by the user with the help of history. We are not just developing any something, we're taking the existing data. Like, of course, we are using artificial intelligence, we are taking the existing data, we are updating that, we are generating the samples with the help of the data. So accordingly, we will set a limit that, okay, if this is given, we have that accordingly, and that information has to be provided, that it will be sent to the energy service provider with the help of an app. So mainly our thing is to detect the vulnerabilities and send the information to the energy service providers, and also conducting that. What are the value additions in the smart energy systems? Before smart energy systems, there are like maintenance and operations, building materials. Basically, this information will be provided in the smart building meter. The data will be provided near to the smart building meters. So we'll be having planning. We have to plan that. We have to check the reliability, operation maintenance, engineering, data analytics, of course, and metering, building mechanisms. Everything comes under the building mechanisms. So what are the technologies that cannot be solved problems? We need people. We need a people. We need a team. We need a dedicated IT people with good analytical ability, keeping that technology move up, to move that forward. And we'll be having, of course, cost matters, sociology, technology, processes. Simple should be simple, transparent, and clean. The tacticity has to be much, should play much impact on the users. So that's it. Thank you. So before I conclude, I'd like to make a point that save soil. Soil is getting extinct. I'd like to request everyone to save soil. Go green, grow green, save the green. Thank you.
Thank you for in the morning, I don't know how many people were there in Tikkan Sinha's speech. He was mentioning about green tech, and that is what this team is talking about. So they are talking about IoT, they are talking about artificial intelligence in energy sector, where they are trying to optimize the things. So thank you, Green, for your presentation. And then the second team is Abhishram from CBIT, but due to some reasons, they are not present here. Now I would like to call upon third team, Fourth Revolution, onto the stage. Again, there is a collaboration. Why I'm telling this, I'll talk about it later. Again, a first-year student of engineering and a fourth-year student of engineering have collaborated and presented this work. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gayatri Mallavajala, and he's my brother Shiva. We are from Vasudevi College of Engineering. We are representing Team Fourth Revolution today. I want to start my presentation by sharing a situation with you. A scientist has created a situation with a beaker and bacteria in a laboratory. He has created a situation that the bacteria doubles itself in every minute. That means if it is 1 in this minute, it is going to become 2, then 4, 8, and so on. If it takes 24 hours for the whole beaker to fill, can you guess how much time it would take for half of the beaker to fill? It takes 23 hours and 59 minutes, and in the next minute, it is going to be filled. We are in 23 hours and 59 minutes in case of food production today. But for growing population, in order to supply food, we need to bring new technologies into agriculture. But day by day, agricultural land is decreased. There is some less water required to agriculture. We may see farmers facing the following problems in agriculture today. Small and fragmented land holdings, cannot afford to buy pesticides and herbicides, soil erosion, getting less yield, and many more. There is one solution for all these problems, and that we are following in our own family: vertical farming using hydroponics and aquaponics. Vertical farming is the process of growing food in vertically stacked layers. Hydroponics is the process of growing crops in nutrient solution rather than soil. Aquaponics is the process in which waste produced by farmed fish supplies nutrients to the soil. By following all this vertical farming using hydroponics and aquaponics, there may be many advantages. We may use less land, we may use less water, we may get high yield, and we get organic food. But there are some problems even in hydroponics and aquaponics. Some of them are usage of electricity. We need to maintain pH of water, and we need to maintain the temperature where hydroponics is followed. And the green energy may be a solution for all this. One is automation of hydroponics using artificial intelligence and IoT sensors. We use temperature sensor, water level sensor, and light intensity sensor in water in order to maintain all these conditions automatically. And solar hydroponics. Solar hydroponics, the main goal of this is to grow a plant without soil using solar energy. Including solar with hydroponics may create really a big revolution, because we already use LED lights to maintain light intensity, and we may get this energy naturally from sun. So involving green energy in hydroponics makes it really an efficient energy model. And eating healthy makes us really efficient. Imagine ourselves looking at us, smiling and saying thank you. So let us take care of our body, because it is the only place we have to live in. Thank you. We can also use natural fertilizers. We can prepare it using rotten vegetables, fruits, and waste produced by animals. Can also used as nutrients in hydroponics. We also get nutrients from farmed fish, which also provides nutrients to hydroponics.
Thank you for the presentation. Again, you can see a green test where they have taken hydroponics as an application, and they are using solar into the hydroponics. And now I would like to call upon next team, Team Dharani. This team again, they are diploma students, and they are from Kottagudem, Kakatiya University, Kottagudem. Yeah, I hope everybody knows Telugu here. They want to express. They want to express in Telugu. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vikram. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rajesh. So everyone, అందరికీ తెలుసు గ్రీన్ హౌస్ గ్యాసెస్ అనేది భూమికి చాలా పొల్యూషన్ అనేది క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది. వేడిని, భూమిని చాలా వేడి చేస్తుంది. అందులో మెయిన్ గా గ్రీన్ హౌస్ గ్యాసెస్ వచ్చేసి కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్, వెహికల్స్ నుండి వెలువడే కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్, అండ్ సెకండ్ వన్ ఇస్ మీథేన్. మీథేన్ అనేది చాలా పెద్ద మొత్తంలో, అంటే కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ కంటే 25 times ఎక్కువ వేడి ఉత్పత్తి చేసేటువంటి ప్రభావం ఉంటుంది. సో మెయిన్ గా వచ్చేసి మన మీథేన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ ల్యాండ్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, అగ్రికల్చర్ ల్యాండ్స్, వరి పొలాలను దున్నించినప్పుడు అందులో మురిగి మీథేన్ అనేది అందులోకి రిలీజ్ అవుతాడు. రెండోది ఈ సిటీ గార్బేజ్, చెత్త మొత్తం తీసుకెళ్లి ఒక డంపింగ్ యార్డ్ లో పడేస్తే అప్పుడు అందులో నుండి మీథేన్ రిలీజ్ అవుతుంది. అండ్ ఇంకొక పెద్ద సమస్య ఏంటంటే, ఈరోజు రైతులు వరి పొలాల్లో నిరంతరం వరి పొలాలు వేసేసరికి అవన్నీ ఫర్టిలైజర్ లేక దిగుబడి తగ్గుతుంది. సో వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తున్నారంటే జీలుగా జనుము అని చెప్పి కొన్ని మాన్యూర్ క్రాప్స్, అంటే నైట్రోజన్స్ పప్పు దినుసులకు సంబంధించిన గడ్డి మాన్యూర్ క్రాప్స్ ని పెంచేసి దాన్ని అందులోనే దున్నిచ్చేస్తారు అనమాట. అలా చేయడం వల్ల పెద్ద మొత్తంలో ఒక గ్రీన్ మాన్యూర్ దాని ఒక ఎకరంలో వచ్చేసి 10 నుండి 15 టన్నుల వరకు దాని ప్రొడక్షన్ ఉంటుంది. దాని మొత్తంలో అందులో చేయడం వల్ల పెద్ద మొత్తంలో మీథేన్ అనేది ప్రొడ్యూస్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఇదంతా గ్లోబల్ వార్మింగ్ కి కారణం అవుతుంది. సో దీన్ని ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే, ఒక ప్లాంట్ లో మొత్తం వేసేసి గోబర్ గ్యాస్ ని ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయొచ్చు. కానీ ఈరోజు చూసినట్లయితే హైదరాబాద్ బోయినపల్లి మార్కెట్ తెలుసు చాలా మందికి. అక్కడ ఒక ప్లాంట్ ఉంది, మోడీ గారు రీసెంట్ గా దాని గురించి డిస్క్రైబ్ చేశారు. ఒక 10 టన్నుల చెత్త వేస్తే 600 నుండి 700 యూనిట్ల వరకు మనం ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీని జనరేట్ చేయొచ్చు. కానీ దాని ఖర్చు 3 కోట్లు. ఇట్లా గోబర్ గ్యాస్ ని పెద్ద మొత్తంలో ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలంటే ఎన్ని కోట్లు కావాలి? సో ఒక ఐడియా ఉంది మా దగ్గర. నార్మల్ గా పూర్వం బావులు తవ్వి అందులో ఉన్న నీళ్ళతోనే వ్యవసాయం చేసిండు. కానీ ఈరోజు నీళ్లు కావాలంటే సుమారు 500 ఫీట్లు వేయండి ఒక బోర్ పడతలేదు. సో ఆ బావులు చుట్టుపక్కల రైతులందరూ బోర్లు వేసేసి బావుల నీళ్ళు రావట్లేదు. వాటన్నిటి సింపుల్ గా వదిలేస్తున్నారు అంతే. దాన్ని ఆ బావిని ఏం చేయాలో తెలియట్లేదు. దాన్ని ఎంత బాగా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసిందంటే బావులు కాంక్రీట్ తోని ఒక రింగ్స్ లాగా ఫామ్ చేసి బయట నుండి నీరు అంటే ఒక స్ట్రక్చర్ ని డిజైన్ చేసింది. అట్లాంటి బావుల్ని మనం ప్లాంట్ లాగా తీసుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది అతి తక్కువ ఖర్చుతో. అందులో ఈ మాన్యూర్ అంతా వేసి మనం దాదాపుగా ఒక రైతుకు ఒక 5 ఎకరాలు ఉంటే 5 ఎకరాల మొత్తం మాన్యూర్ దాదాపుగా ఒక 40 నుండి 50 టన్నుల వరకు ఆ బావిలో వేసి ఉరిగించి మనం మీథేన్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయొచ్చు. ఆ మీథేన్ ఎన్ని రకాలుగా మనం యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చో మనకు తెలుసు. మనం ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ జనరేట్ చేయొచ్చు, ఇంట్లో వంట చేసుకోవడానికి యూజ్ చేయొచ్చు. అలాగే మన వెహికల్ సిఎన్జి వెహికల్ కంప్రెస్డ్ న్యాచురల్ గ్యాస్ ఎన్నో వెహికల్స్ నడుస్తున్నాయి ఈరోజు, దానికి కూడా యూజ్ చేయొచ్చు. పెద్ద మొత్తంలో ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలంటే ఒక చిన్న ఐడియాతో మనం చేసుకోవచ్చు.
అలాగే ఇప్పుడు ఫ్రెండ్ చెప్పారు మనకు అగ్రికల్చర్ నుంచి వేస్ట్ అనేది వస్తుంది. అలాగే హౌస్ హోల్డ్ నుంచి మన ఫుడ్ నుంచి కూడా వేస్ట్ అనేది వస్తుంది. ఆ వేస్ట్ మనం ఏం చేయాలి? యాక్చువల్లీ ఇప్పుడు స్వచ్ఛ భారత్ ఒక స్కీమ్తోనే ప్రజల్లో అనేక మార్పుల కోసం ప్రభుత్వం ప్రయత్నిస్తుంది. కానీ అయినా కూడా ఈ యొక్క తడి చెత్త పొడి చెత్త కలిపి వేస్తుంది. అప్పుడు ఏమైందంటే ఆ రెండింటిని తీసుకుపోయి ఒక డంప్ యార్డ్లో వేసినప్పుడు ఈ తడి చెత్త పొడి చెత్తని ఏం చేయాలో వాళ్ళకి తెలియదు. దాని సపరేషన్ కూడా కష్టమవుతుంది. ఆ సపరేషన్ చేసినాక కూడా 100% సపరేషన్ కాదు. కాబట్టి మనం వాళ్ళ దగ్గర ఇంటి నుంచి వచ్చేటప్పుడు మహిళలే వాళ్ళకు మోటివేషన్ గా ఒక ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ లాగా ఒక సంథింగ్ ఒక గిఫ్ట్ సంథింగ్ ఏదో ఒక విధంగా వాళ్ళకు మనం ఇచ్చేయగలిగితే వాళ్ళు డెఫినెట్ గా సపరేషన్ చేసి మనకి ఇస్తారు. దాన్ని తీసుకుపోయి మనం వేస్ట్ దాన్ని ఫుడ్ దాన్ని మనం బయోగ్యాస్ ప్రిపేర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ప్లాస్టిక్ వేస్ట్ దాన్ని తీసుకుపోయి మనం రీమోడలింగ్ రీసైక్లింగ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే ఫుడ్ వేస్ట్ నుంచి 63 మిలియన్ టన్నుల లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ 2021 63 టన్స్ ఆఫ్ వేస్ట్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ అయ్యింది. ఒక టన్నుకు ఒక 10 టన్నులకు మనకు ఫ్రెండ్ చెప్పినట్టు 10 టన్నులకు 500 నుంచి 600 యూనిట్ అయితే 63 మిలియన్ టన్స్ కి మనకి ఎంత ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ వస్తుంది, ఎంత గ్యాస్ వస్తుంది, దాన్ని అర్థం చేసుకొని నేను ఒక ఈ ప్రాజెక్ట్ తీసుకున్నాను.
థ్యాంక్ యూ టీమ్ ధరణి, చాలా బాగా ప్రజెంట్ చేశారు. నెక్స్ట్ we have team Elite. These people especially they have selected in women's category. They are from Bhimavaram, Sri Vishnu College which represent chestunaru, and I got to know that you are all from second years. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are happy to attend this hackathon on behalf of Sri Vishnu Engineering College for Women. As we know that water in India was totally polluted and it must be tested. So our system consists of various sensors which will detect the impurities of water and compare with the standard values of water, so which requires less manpower. Existing solution was unable to test the water like contaminants. So we came across with this solution. Now I am going to explain the objective of our idea. The objective of water monitoring system is to obtain the quantitative information of parameters of water such as pH, temperature, physical and chemical quantities of the water. IoT allows connections of various sensors and gather the information and send it to a mobile through wireless connection. So this idea is less cost and it is more efficient. And this idea is used to measure the pH level of the water and temperature of the water. We have used different sensors like pH sensor, turbidity sensor, temperature sensor, and carbon dioxide sensor. This system is more flexible And so this system is likely to be so economical. Thank you all. Thank you for giving us this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Team MI. Thanks for your presentation. So here the hackathon presentations are done, but let's observe some statistics here. The participants who are in the finals are from school, diploma, engineering first year, second year, and then third and fourth year. There is one interesting statistic where we can see younger generation is participating and younger generation is showing interest towards green energy. This is first thing. Second thing, in these 5 teams, there are 13 members. One team has 1 member, other team has 5 members. Like that, 5 teams consist of 13 members. You know, in those 13 members, 8 members are women. Very happy to see. Very happy to see women in technology. This is what country is looking for. We want women also to participate in tech-based solutions. Women has to come out and do for the economy also. So I mean, I feel very proud for conducting this hackathon, and I see young people coming from rural backgrounds, rural colleges, and coming presenting in the international conference. Thank you very much for the organizers for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Kaushik. Such kind of event basically gives the opportunity to the young mind to express their knowledge, idea, feeling, so that we can also think that how seriously we can think about them, how seriously we can provide some original and practical support to them, and appreciate their effort so that they can build up their career. So we are at the concluding session now. We will be starting the valedictory session very fast. Before that, there is a tea break. All of you are requested to take your tea and come back in 15 minutes. I hope the tea is arranged outside. If it is not arranged, it will be arranged in 5 minutes. But you come back in 15 minutes. Sorry.
Social distance. వాళ్ళంతా కొంచెం ముందుకు రండమ్మా.
So, chief guest for the valedictory session, Sri V. Vidyasagar, Director Sagar. The clap which you have given, it is for the arrival, but once again you have to give clap because we have supported this culture. So,
good afternoon all. Today we have a very successful entrepreneur from Hyderabad, Sri V. Vidyasagar Garu. Is the founder director of Sagar Asia organization. It is one of his companies, but he has been supporting various people, including his own relatives, friends, and others to take up entrepreneurship. And he himself having a couple of industries. And they're the first company to innovate in several areas. And I'm also very happy to inform you that Sri Vidyasagar Garu is our governing council member. ni-msme. So, on behalf of our entire ni-msme family, I thank you very much for spending your time and joining us today. Thank you. Actually, if I go through such a detailed profile, it takes a lot of time, So, but I want to make it very brief with sir permission. Sir, sir is having several, initiatives and having networks at state and national level and supporting MSMEs to a large extent. Sir is very proactive, addressing various issues of industry. So that is the reason he's having very good name and fame in MSME sector. And he has taken lots of initiatives. And very important is he has set up aluminum extrusion plant first time in Hyderabad. Apart from that, Sir has promoted several units as I mentioned earlier, and is also successful. He was also successful to get investments from US-based companies and Europe, and as well as Kuwait. And apart from that, whatever Sagar Asia is today, so it was actually a German company. He took over and started in the name of Sagar Asia. Apart from that, Sir has traveled extensively across the globe. He's having vast knowledge about MSME sector, and that is the reason today he's in a position to support us. ni-msme is guiding and is a mentor for us, and is giving lots of suggestions to ni-msme to take up various initiatives. And very interestingly, Sir has even promoted more than 200 engineers. And coming to Sir education, Sir is graduated from Hyderabad, well-known institution, Badruka College of Commerce, and trained in the cost accounting, and entered into business and started his career. And as mentioned, Sir is having multiple units which are not only in the production manufacturing side and also marketing. And to name few, JVS Pure Interiors Limited, JVS Vernal Ladders Climbing Systems Limited, Asian Aluminium Limited, and Sagar Asia. Sir is also into social and community development, and has been supporting communities for for developmental activities. Sir is president for Lions Club for 2 times, and he also actively involved by the local authorities like district collector, whatever initiatives were taken. So he has supported a lot. And he has donated for social cause and community development. For community development also, he supported a lot. Apart from that, he was actively involved in MSME promotion through industry associations, and at the national level, actively associated with the Aluminium Association of India, and the two from 1985. And he's also served as a chairman, membership for screening committee of AI for 2 times, and is a member of Confederation of Indian Industry, well-known organization, and is also a member of Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, and a member of Confederation of Indian Industry, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce as well. And right now, he is representing Laghu Udyog Bharati. Is the president of Laghu Udyog Bharati, Telangana state, and actively involved to give solutions of MSMEs. So it's very brief about Sri Vidyasagar Rao sir, and very interestingly, he has taken various initiatives in the area of innovation, especially in the product design and development. So better to listen from sir. So sir, I request you to give information about your innovations and your experience, and also request you to guide our young students, as well as we also have some of the MSMEs over here to take up new innovations in their respective fields. Thank you, sir. Please.
Thank you, Surya Prakash Yadav, for a big felicitation. It was a more a felicitation and not introduction. So much. And, at the outset, I congratulate Mrs. Glory Swarupa, the Director General, ni-msme faculty, Mr. Chatterjee, and his wife who have partnered this conclave, the Green Energy Initiative. Friends, MSME friends, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I thank you all for giving me an opportunity to address various issues of MSMEs and green energy and things like that. And thank you, Surya Prakash Garu, for introducing me. Honestly, I haven't come from a big background. I haven't come from a big background of family where industry or political or financial support was there. At a very young age, I have always been dreaming that India should stand as one of the biggest countries in the world, and that's what I have been doing. At a very young age of 26 or 27, I commissioned an aluminum extrusion plant. At that time, the outlay was about 10 to 15 crores. It was extremely difficult. This was in 86, 87. So I had to get a license, I had to get power, I had to get so many things. At that age, I started getting into industry. And then, as you mentioned, I have been associated with various industry on global entrepreneurs. And then we have been forerunners in many products. What I'm trying to drive the point here is, you don't need to come from a strong family to become an entrepreneur. There are a lot of stories of many people in the world who have started very small and have grown. So the first thing what I would like to tell my MSME friends and also the students here is, your intention, your attitude, your discipline, your hard work, your focus will definitely help you to become a strong entrepreneur. You have institutions like the National Institute of MSME and other government bodies, private bodies. Take people as inspiration and then do that. India is a vast country. India is probably the second biggest country in the world in terms of manpower, people. And the first country, India is the only country with such a high democracy. You have complete right to practice anything. You have right to speech. You have a right of freedom. India is the most tolerant country in the world. So we have everything. Friends, if you have seen the top people globally, the top companies globally, our Indians are running. Microsoft, an Indian is running. You know, Twitter, Indian is running. And Google, Sundar Pichai is there. So you kindly learn from those people. We don't lack anything. We have everything. We have resources, we have talent, we have knowledge, we have engineering, everything. We just needed the direction which in the past 6 to 7 years, MSMEs or our present government is supporting. We are going towards a direction. And India is at a place of pole position. Some of you must be knowing that, the F1 formula races. That goes on an unlimited speed. But to drive that, all the cars have to stand at a pole. That is called pole position. At pole position, you have 10, 12, 15 cars. Once the flag is waved, then the cars go on the highest speed without any limit. That is where we are in India now. We are at the pole position. Everything is done now. You are at the pole position, and then you can meet anybody. You can definitely mark a niche in the global market. So India is at pole position. We have hundreds and thousands of engineering colleges. We have hundreds of institutes. So the direction is coming to you now. To be very honest with you, the present people, the present students of the present generation has everything. You don't need, you are definitely born with a silver spoon. Because when I was an entrepreneur 30 years back, I had to really struggle. I had to really slog. For every small thing, I used to go to Delhi, I used to go to Bombay. And then things never moved. Transparency was not there. And it was sort of Babu Raj or political license Raj. But today you all have born with a silver spoon. You have public domain information. You just click your button. You get any information in the world. So you have the next 50 years is India.
The next 50 years is your future. And we are celebrating 75 years Azadi Ke Amrut in this August. We have completed 75 years. And we wish and we are striving our best with able leadership from our Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other state governments. By the end of this turn of Indian century, that is the next 25 years, we should aim, target to be global #1 in the world. Because as I mentioned, you have consumer market, you have talent, you have infrastructure. What else you need? You lack nothing because you are going out of the country and doing big for other companies like, as I mentioned, Google, Microsoft, and all these companies. They are all our Indians who have gone out. Our own companies like Wipro, Tata, and then all the Infosys, they have all grown big. So you can grow big. So coming back to my story, I have started aluminum extrusion plant as early as 1986-87. And always I was thinking something beyond what I was doing. You know, I was a forerunner. I was bringing in a state of Andhra Pradesh where we had about 8 crore people. There was no aluminum extrusion plant which produces pipes, dies, pipes and channels and all that. I have commissioned the first plant, which was the 8th plant in the country, and fighting for licenses, fighting for so many things. Today we have more than 200 extrusion plants in the country, but I was the 8th plant 30 years back. Now you can imagine, you can visualize, dream to become good. We have to dare to dream and do it. Now coming to the products, we bought aluminum door window facades as early as 30 years back. Then we brought ladders and scaffolds into the country. Safety, we brought safety into the working places in India. Like I had the privilege of working with 8 global giants from Europe and the US, 3 companies from Europe and 4 companies from US. And we brought technology, engineering. I have been employing more than 500 workers. Today we have roughly about 1,000 workers. And I am planning a lot of things for MSMEs. I'm also planning an initiative called Aluminum Park, wherein we will give technology, engineering, we will give the machinery selection. Will also do an interface with the market. Like, we will put the small units to Amazon, Flipkart, or exports to other countries. So this company, Sagaresha, was incorporated in 2007. And then where we had 5 board of directors, 4 were Europeans, 3 were Germans, 1 French, and myself. I took over this company in 2009. Since it is a green energy initiative today, I would like to talk about green energy or wind energy, because when we started this company, we had only 1 or 2 wind energy company. NEPC was there, and then Suzlon had come up in maybe early 90s or late 90s or something like that. So they were buying products from Europe because wind energy, Germany was always leading in the engineering, technology, and generation of power. So having been a German company myself, we have done a lot of things for the wind industry, and then we have developed all the products. If you see a tower, you must know how a wind tower comes. Yeah, I'll finish it. So we have done a lot of products in the tower. If you see a tower, the tower, from a distance it looks small, but today the tower's height is more than 130 meters, and you have the 3 blades and the nacelle and internals also. Our company is the first company in the country to design, develop the protos for all the wind companies in the world. So each tower needs something like 1 crore rupees worth of material in the tower. It's inside the tower. So Rote Vestas is our customer, Siemens Gamesa is our customer, Suzlon is our customer, Adani is our customer. So all this, GE is our customer. So we have done all these things. In addition to this, we have also done products for GE Healthcare. Friends, I'll tell you one small example. GE Health, we have done a platform for the CT scan machines. About 10 years back, they were always buying from China. 10 years back, their company, they were importing from China, got bankrupt, and every CT scan machine, which was close to $1 million at that time, which was about 6 to 7 crore rupees worth of machine, got stuck because they could not have a very special purpose platform. So GE Health from US found our name in the Google. They came to Hyderabad and they asked us, more than 250 CT scan machines are stuck because of the platform, and my Chinese guy is closed and is not seen. So we took as a challenge, and then in less than 45 days, we developed the product. And then they have airlifted. If my stand was costing about 40,000 rupees, airlifting from Hyderabad to US costed them 1 lakh. The product was costing 40,000, but the box was costing, the freight was costing 1 lakh. So we worked day and night, and we gave them 4 times of the quantity what they need, so that in next 2 months they started taking by sea. So these are the special things we have done. So similarly, every aircraft we have done some more products, because I'll tell you what all first we have done. Wind energy tower internals, the ladder, the polyester, the platform, the service lift, all these things we have indigenized in the country. And if you go to aviation, friends, every aircraft needs a mandatory check called ABCD. It's a mandatory check. B check is the most serious check, where you open up the aircraft. A check is regular checks. We have done docking systems for the various MROs, starting back home in GMR. Then we have done for Air India. We have done for Malaysian government for their defense aircrafts. The biggest project what we have done is for Boeing in Nagpur. So it is for a wide body aircraft. The nose, you will be seeing the nose, the tail, the fuselage. So we are the only company that introduced these products in the country. What I'm trying to tell you is everything is possible. Just dream and then see that. Going back to your green energy, friends, maybe 100 years back, 120 years back, many of our villages, we did not have electricity. And it took really more than 100 years for the country to give light or energy or power to small places. But imagine you are generating power from something which they already had. Air is available everywhere. Solar is everywhere. If you take a small village, somewhere in Varangal, you have air there. You have you have solar there. So you are using your own free natural resource to generate this, and which is also helping you go green, which is not costing you, which is just costing you the initial capex. After that, there is no big maintenance in solar. So kindly learn these things and then dare to dream. Then I request Mr. Sudaprakash to quickly run, because I've always told many things. So you can see this. Yeah, it's okay. So this is the first extrusion plant I told you. We have commissioned in 1989. Though I started in 86, 87. So we worked with many global giants. This is a tower, wind tower. To make the wind tower price lower, Suzlon has done half sheet and half this one lattice. So there was a challenge for the lift. Nobody was able to do globally, but we have done it and we have patent for that. So we have we sold close to 4,000 lifts to Suzlon and other companies. So yeah, we work into various products like wind energy tower internal and service lifts. We do ladders and scaffolds which conform to the highest safety standards in the world. It conforms to American standards. It conforms to EN standards also. So these are the and then, as I mentioned about maintenance of aircrafts, this is nose. So we have in the next slides we have various other products. So these are all our global brands, and we export a lot to all over the world. Yeah, this is our company, and I engage women workers also. This is an advertising plant. This is an extrusion plant. We produce 10,000 tons of extrusion. Yeah. That's a Japanese press. So, see, that is anodizing plant. See, after aluminum, we give colors like the regular silver color, black, brown, champagne. We have put up a state-of-the-art plant with the German collaboration. And we buy raw material from the biggest companies, that is Renewable and Vedanta. And we have the highest quality systems. We make our own aluminum extrusion dies. These are all aluminum extrusions. We export to almost any part of the world. We work with about 2.5 to 3 lakh square feet of the total factory space. All these are imported from Europe. Plastic injection mold machines we have. And we do fabrication of aluminum door with the facade from very specialized sections. Yeah, this is a tower, wind tower. This is a platform. This is a lift. This is the ladder. Now this is the entry. All these things will be roughly 1 crore rupees in a tower return. So we have designed for more than 15 companies globally, which are Indian, Spanish, and then German, and American. So we produce all those things. So these are, see, I need to explain few things. This is ANSI and OSHA, and this is DIN and CE. Friends, the most important thing which you should know is the quality. Quality and certification are very important in today's competitive global market. If you ask me, kindly ask me why I have gone to bring technology for ladders. In USA, the ladder market is $2 billion, which is roughly about 15,000 crores. Same thing in Europe. And it's all organized. The reason is there is a mandatory requirement of a certified ladder for using at workplace. If you are a painter, if you are a plumber, or if you are any other user, or if you are an engineer on the shop floor, the ladder has to pass through the load capacity, the stability capacity, and you get a certificate. Now, what if not? If you don't use a certified ladder, your license is not renewed, and you cannot continue your factory operations. Second most important thing is, we as Indians, we give safety the last priority. There, it is very important. A labor will not work on a substandard product. Plus, the most important thing for the owner and the workman is, if there is an accident while working on a ladder or scaffold, while working, if there's a fall, the insurance person will come. He will check up, how did you have a fall? You break your leg or your back. Then you need to get insurance money. You have to be hospitalized. Because we are all insured. Everybody is insured on the shop floor. And if there's an accident, deliberately, that is what they say, if you are not using a certified ladder. And if you have an accident, and if you are hospitalized, you will not get an insurance claim because you haven't used a certified ladder. And for certification, you don't need to change, you don't need to do big things. You need to just see that the cutting is correct, the riveting is correct, and the width to depth, the ratio is correct. That's it. We are only putting design and discipline in the manufacturing of the product. That's all. The aluminum remains same, the plastic remains same. So friends, this is very important. You should bring discipline into the work and then you should compete with global events. You should conform to biggest global standards. And we take it as a very proud thing that today Sagar Asia as a company, having learned a lot of things from Europe and US, we are in a position, we have participated in close to 100 exhibitions in Middle East and African countries. And in fact, we had participated in German exhibitions also. Today, it really gives me a pleasure that we are getting inquiries from the developing countries that you give the technology from us, you give the engineering from us, because if a company from Sri Lanka or if a company from Egypt goes to Germany or US, those companies are not willing to part their technology, engineering and help them set up the plant because they are too big and these people are too small. And we are not so big. So we are always ready to take care of at least 150 countries in the world to give technology engineering. I want this to come from you. See that, take it India at German level and see that you are not only supporting Indian requirements, you need to support the developing countries which are smaller than us. Use all the resources. So for you, it's a global market. As I earlier mentioned, you are born with silver spoon. All the policies and everything are in place. And you have wonderful people like Mrs. Swarupa, Surya Prakash, Mr. Chaudhary, and then your other faculty members. So you have wonderful people, and this kind of institutes are there. You can definitely make use of all these facilities, the timing, the public domain information, and see that. Now going back, finally, I would like to tell one more thing. I've been associated with Lagu Bharati. This is in the service of micro and small units. I have been made in charge to see how we can stop importation. That is, we should stop imports and try to produce ourselves. As simple as that. Many of you have seen at footpaths or at the traffic lights, people selling the mosquito bat. All those things have come from China. Do you think that a very low technology product should come from China? You are only buying because the cost is less. So I have been mooting the idea with the government that how can we make the cost of a bat, the insect killer, in India. So I have been made chairman of Telangana for Utpat Samoha called import substitutes. Then this is very important. If you are importing something from Germany, what quality you are getting? If you are importing a product from Germany, what quality you are getting? Are you getting German quality or Indian quality? You are getting German quality, isn't it? Now, you are stopping that. You are stopping the German quality product and you are producing here. So what quality is that? Indian, made in India, but German quality. See, you are stopping German imports and you are producing a product which is conforming to German standards. So you are doing German product in India. Now, why only when you are producing a German product, why only you should sell in India? You export back to Germany. You have already learned all the process of manufacturing. You have already learned all the quality systems. You are doing best thing in the shop floor and you are doing import substitutes. When you are substituting an import, that means you are almost producing a quality which your Germans need. So by focusing on import substitutes, which is my favorite subject, you are able to use in India, stop imports, and that gives you a roadmap, that gives you a path, that gives an opportunity, that gives a dream to export back to those countries. So whenever you think of import substitutes, don't just think for import substitutes in India. You have already produced a product which you would have otherwise imported. You are producing the same quality. So try to export it. So this is called Uttar Sama, where I am doing it. I am putting the bill of material and I am seeing which quality, where is the bottleneck to become import quality. Is it steel? Is it heat treatment? Is it the machining tool? So we are identifying the gaps and we are trying to do import substitutes. So many things we have done and I don't want to take much time. I've already taken a lot of time. Thank you very much for this opportunity. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer. And then going back to clean energy, India is the third biggest country in the world producing clean energy, and not even very late. In next 2 years, we might be number one. And I know what is happening in the country. Thank you very much. Please.
Friends, now we have reached the final phase of our 2-day international conference. So to start with our valediction, I request Dr. Chatterjee to give opening remarks. And I request my colleague, Mrs. Charity.
So anyway, no problem, we can continue. So, yesterday I had welcomed all of you at the beginning of our program, but this is not the conclusion of the program, it is the beginning for the next program. So we will look forward to see all of you in our next program. So I am welcoming you for the next program, not for the valedictory program of our yesterday's program. This program we have planned in the month of September. In the month of September, faculty Sharad took me to the Director General of ni-msme, and we had shared an idea to host International Conference on Green Energy at the ni-msme. The idea was like that, to prepare the MSMEs for the green business. Green business means we had the plan to be very focused on solar and EV, and to provide them the knowledge how to get ready for the new opportunities and possibilities, as well as to get ready for the challenges. Just now, Sir Vidyasagar was telling, when he started in 1986, I was in class around that time. So I know what kind of facilities of that time you availed and we also availed. This afternoon, I was sharing my thought with them. That time I told, if we needed to know anything, we had to travel at 5 to 10 kilometers to collect the information. And now just the Brahmastra mobile phone, they can type in Google and they can get all sorts of information. So possibilities are enormous. Only the passion and perseverance you have to have. The MSMEs, the students, the already who are in the entrepreneurship, they have to have. So we had discussed many things from yesterday till today. Our governor had delivered a wonderful speech, which has come to the media. And she said, when we construct a building, we think of our tiles, television, refrigerator, but we normally do not think of installing a small solar rooftop at the top. But interestingly, our ex-energy secretary and present energy secretary were present in yesterday's meeting. Both are having solar rooftop power plant at their home. And Sunil Sharma has intimated us that instead of paying 8,000 electricity bill per month, now he's paying only 2,000. He's using the same gadgets, but the electricity bill has come down. At the same time, we can calculate that how much carbon also he is saving. The footprint has become very low. So from that point, from the beginning of the session till what just now the sir has said, we had heard many things. Kaushik will elaborate about that because, and also Dr. Sharma is there and I don't know. But Kaushik is also there. Kaushik has attended all the sessions. He had taken the note for all the proceedings and deliberations and everything. I will request Kaushik to come over here because we are running out of time and inform sir, the chief guest and also the participants about, just to remind you what we had learned from yesterday till now. Kaushik is the center head CEO of ACIC CBIT College, ACIC CBIT Foundation, which is a part of CBIT College. And Kaushik single-handedly conducted the Green Energy Hackathon for this Green Energy Conference.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, my dear students, MSMEs, and entrepreneurs. Good evening, everyone. I am here to read out the proceedings of this international conference on green energy covering MSMEs. For these 2 days, we have seen so many experts in green energy gave suggestions, spoke about their stories about green energy. I made an abstract view of all these things so that it will be a document for all of us to discuss, to delegate, and to give solution for the green energy thing. So I start with first day, and I would like to start with the points given by our Honorable Governor, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan garu. She mentioned about energy consumption planning while you build your houses. We plan about how our kitchen should look like, how our interior should look like. But all of us has to take the responsibility about energy planning while you build your houses. And she also mentioned it is responsibility of every individual to think about green energy. It's not only government. Every individual has to think about it. Every individual has to decrease his carbon footprint. Then only we can achieve the goal. And then she said, yes, we are all talking about climate change, but we need to really talk about climate justice. So these are the 3 important things she spoke about. And then we have an expert from T-Hub, Sriram Iyer garu, who is Vice President of T-Hub. He was talking about economy and ease, which will really drive people towards green energy. And he also insisted how technology development is enabling growth in renewable resources. And he mentioned reuse and disposal of lithium-ion batteries, where startups and MSMEs has to pitch in. Yes, we are going ahead, but what happens after 20 years with solar panels? What happens with the batteries which we are using in EVs? So MSMEs and startups should really look into the disposal part of it also. If you think from now, then the problem will not come in the later stages. And then he also mentioned about sodium-based batteries, which is future. And then obviously he focused on hydrogen-based vehicles also, which is future. And then we had Mr. Srijit Menon from British Deputy High Commission, Chennai. And he was talking about support for green businesses with Green Growth Equity Fund. So as part of Indo-UK partnership, they have this Green Growth Equity Fund where MSMEs can take up and work towards it. And they have these 2 variations in it. One is equity and debt-based. So in these 2 components, they are giving these funds to work towards green energy. And he was also talking about Indo-UK focus towards transitioning dirty companies to green transition companies. And then we had Sri Sunil Sharma garu, Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana. He was more focused on solar rooftops, because those are the future. and MSMEs has to take up in manufacturing those things. And he was also particularly talking about how government of Telangana has moved towards in this energy generation. It was 2% during state formation, and now they are standing at 25% of generation in solar. That was a great impact which they have created. And then he was also, that was those were the 2 points he was talking about. And then we had Mr. Mahdi Sharoki, Honorable Consulate General from Indo-Iran relation. And he was talking about the kind of technologies which they are using in Iran. And he was also talking about optimizing usage of fossil fuels and increased usage of green energy. And he was also mentioning how Indo-Iran collaboration can help MSMEs to work towards green energy. And then we have Mr. Mallikarjuna Garu, who is the Regional Director, South Indo-German Chamber. And he was particularly focusing on MSMEs should focus on manufacturing components of wind energy. Why? Because they are mostly working in that direction. So the collaboration between Indo-German should be, if MSMEs take up manufacturing the components of wind energy, that will be a helpful thing. And then we had Dr. Vinamra Sharma, Vinamra Mishra, sorry. Dr. Vinamra Mishra, Director, Projects, Ministry of MSME. CU. Chief Business Officer. Yeah. So he was also telling about the focus should be more on effective utilization and efficiency of green energy rather than focusing only on production. Efficiency also plays an important role. He was mentioning about circular economy, and then there are various initiatives which are taken up by MSMEs. They have created these clusters, and they are testing few projects in these clusters. Once it is successful, they want to take it forward in all the clusters and all the MSMEs. And there are many opportunities which are there for MSMEs to take or to transition their businesses towards green energy. Then we have Ms. Vatsala Mishra, Director MSME, Government of Telangana. She has explained how various states in the country are achieving green energy targets. And she has very well explained about the success stories of startups which are in EV space and green space in Telangana. We had Mr. Srinivas Cherlagaru, Director Sustainability, Research and Innovation Center of Hyderabad. He has explained that MSMEs can work on recycling of used vehicles. He talked about a very important point, which is grid congestion and its reason for occurrence. And he has also said that MSME should use this as an opportunity and pitch in to do some innovation there. He has also explained how to address the challenges which are coming in the future due to this green energy as well as electric vehicles. Then we had a very interesting session called Startup Adda, where Dr. Ravikumar Jain, Director and Professor of Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, was heading the session, and there were representatives from ni-msme, startup, and then Government of Telangana. So the main focus of that was ESG. So how investors are looking towards ESG while investing into the startups or enterprises. So that was the whole discussion happened in Startup Adda. Then today's session, 25th, we had Srikanth Sinha, who is CEO of Task. He was talking about concentrated solar power, offshore, onshore wind power, printable, flexible solar cells. He talked about microbial fuel cells, and cost of generating power can be reduced through future technologies. He was also mentioning about the future technologies which will help in reducing the cost of generating power. And as he is from skilling and job creation part, he was talking about many potential jobs are there in renewable sector. And they were doing this program called Technology on Wheels, where 300 plus solar technicians are trained in one region. And he was talking about energy tech, where AI, ML, and other blockchain, other technologies, how it can help green energy. And we have seen few hackathon participants also pitching their idea towards this direction. And then he also talked about solar rooftops and e-waste disposing ethically. And then we had Sharat Mutyala, associate faculty member, ni-msme. He spoke about the travel from proof of concept to commercialization. And then we have Sri Balbin Vaidya, AGM, SBI. He spoke about few components which they look into startups, which is credit worthiness, capital, and character. They really look for these three components whenever they want to fund any startup or MSME. And then he explained about a few schemes which will help MSMEs, which is Mudra scheme, rooftop solar scheme, compressed biogas scheme, and for biofuels also. There are so many funds where MSMEs or startups can take help of that, and then they can start their businesses. Then we had Mr. Ramchandra Nivudi Garu, who spoke about floating solar power plant. MSMEs can pitch into this sector and they can really do good work in that. And then, yes, solar panels are there, but solar PV module cleaning equipments are also required. MSMEs, if they pitch in and start manufacturing these things, there is very good business in that direction also. And then we had sessions chaired by C.H. Shashikala Garu, who is professor and director of Institute of Science and Technology, JNTU, Hyderabad. She said green energy is need of the hour. Then we had a talk from Venkat Nangirala Garu, who is founder and director, Windstream. He spoke about challenges and solutions for storage devices. He spoke about different batteries for different applications, which is very important. And he spoke about to mitigate losses, hybrid systems are much needed. Why? Because he clearly explained how there are losses in the batteries, how hybrid wind and solar or other two combinations can help in decreasing the losses. Then we had Mr. J. Koteshwar Rao Garu, faculty ni-msme. He spoke about recent trends in green technology. Then we had a talk from Dr. Chandradeep Chattopadhyaya Garu, founder secretary of Chandradeep Solar Research Institute. He spoke about very important topic, solar energy for agriculture. And he clearly explained the relationship between electricity and agriculture and the importance of solar water pumps. And he explained about a scheme called PM Kusum. And then just now you have heard from V. Vidyasagar Garu, representation and director from SA Corporate. He has shared his entrepreneurial journey, which is very motivating for youngsters and people who are there in the ecosystem like us. And he has explained about quality and certification for products in this competitive world. So we have learned so many things from different walks of life people, and then they have clearly given us what we need to do. So thank you very much, ni-msme and CDSRI for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Anybody in the audience would like to ask any question to sir? He is ready to give answer. Having any question?
My question is, now you are able to export to the American market. I'm livelihood in I guess.
Hello, sir. My name is Balarama Varanasi. You mentioned that you are able to meet the American standards. So was it like a market-driven work, like a 2-3 players that you serve? Or I am asking, did you build on top of that and create a globalization startup to like a grassroots to reach different states of America and to get a business for you like that? Do you have any tie-up for that?
Good question, actually, because as I mentioned, yeah, it's a good question. As I mentioned, we learn from 6 global giants. The average age of each company is about 75 years. 3 from Germany, and Europe, and 3 or 4 from the US. We learn a lot of technology, engineering, the working style, the culture. So today, to answer you, yes, startups in developing countries, that's what I mentioned to you. Startups in developing countries also we are trying to support. And when I spoke about import substitutes, we are encouraging MSMEs to do import substitutes, which can go back to these countries. So startups were very well doing. One such initiative personally and to Renewable, which I'm doing is aluminum park. We would be giving complete designs, engineering, technology, train them how to produce those products, and then give this material to the digital marketing or the global multinationals. So we are definitely supporting startup companies to take advantage of the Indian position.
Okay, what I heard from you, sir, like you are not exporting back to America, as you mentioned, but like other countries, Middle Eastern countries that we earlier used to import from America, you are providing.
They are exporting to America. The problem is, ours is aluminum based. Okay, China has a lot of advantages in aluminum. The cost of aluminum is much lower than India. So that's a bottleneck. When I spoke about import substitutes, one major representation which we have given to the government of India is how can we make our raw material as low as China? Just for your academic information, this is an interesting thing for you. The aluminum production globally is 7 crore 60 lakh tons. 7 crore 60 lakh tons of aluminum is produced all over the world. And China produces 3 crore 60 lakh tons, which is 52%. And India produces 36 lakh tons. So we are only 10% of global production and 5% of China. So China, one more thing has is, they are not allowed to export raw material. In India, it's a free market. Our primary producers, Nalco, Hindalco, Vedanta are exporting a lot of material. Their focus was never there in developing downstream products. We have more than 3,000 aluminum downstream products globally. But we have only used 100 or 150, number one. The average consumption of aluminum metal globally is about 7 kg. And in advanced countries, it is ranging from 25 to 40 kg. Our consumption is hardly 700 grams. So we need a lot of journey to go, as I mentioned, within 25 years. So we are focusing more on, we are telling government of India, you should understand, you are exporting alumina, bauxite, which is a natural resource. On top of it, aluminum metal consumes a lot of power, a lot of energy. So you are using good, very resourceful resource of Indian origin, putting power on it, that is, you are putting a lot of energy on it and trying to export metal. So what I am trying to tell government and at various forums is, kindly produce downstream products. Because I have traveled more than 200 times globally, more than 250 times. And then China, I went, and then Germany, this is the company which I went more than 100 times in Europe. What I have seen is, we lack that policy. We should not allow export of raw materials, because 10 tons of aluminum metal can give you a lot of employment. If you are only exporting aluminum, ingot or billet, it doesn't give any employment. It directly comes from the biggest smelter and goes to some other country, and they are producing downstream products. So we should see that there is at the lawmakers' position that we should not allow export of raw material, whereas we should allow export of downstream products. See, any downstream product doesn't need much capex. As I mentioned, you need some compressed tools and power press and all that. It's not a capital intensive unit. All downstream products, friends, my dear students and MSMEs, all small downstream products are not capex oriented. They are mostly labor intensive and they are not space intensive also. This is my personal experience having seen globally and in China. So we should pitch very strongly. I'm going to talk to MSME, ni-msme also. We are going to take up with MSME. 5 years, let there be a ban or let there be a regulated export of raw materials. Develop Indian downstream products, develop MSMEs. That is the only way. We don't have material. Today, the aluminum metal was 1,50,000 ton, 1,50,000 rupees per ton pre-COVID in 2018. Today it is 3,25,000 tons, 3,25,000 rupees per ton. It's more than double. So we need to have a long-term strategy, short-term strategy, and see that our focus is only employment generation and wealth creation, and see that raw materials are not going out of the country and value-added products should go. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Some of them have to go back to India also. So,
I will request Sharad, Associate Faculty Member of ni-msme, to start the award giving ceremony for the hackathon participants or hackathon winners.
Thank you. So myself, Sharad Murtyala, I'm the Associate Faculty Member at ni-msme. So now, this is the time for awarding the winners to the winners of hackathon. Now I request our today's chief guest, Shri V. Vidyasagar sir, to award the certificates to the winners. So the first prize goes to Achalas Srivalli, DAV Public School, and Sorum Gedeva. So I request Kaushik also to be with these people. So each certificate and each memento for each. Thank you. The second prize goes to Abhishek from CBIT, but he is not present today. The third prize goes to M. Gayatri and Shiva Raula, Vagdevi College. Give them a great round of applause. And so, thank you. The fourth prize goes to Rajesh and Vikram from KU College, Kottagudem, and Lakshmi Prasanna from Srinidhi. And last but not least, and I can't say it's a last, but it's a completely special prize announced from ni-msme because it's a complete team of women from Sri Vishnu College, Engineering College for Women. So they travel Oregon from Biomass and they're participating now. I welcome the team. Steffi Helen, Jessie, Swarupa, Asha Jyoti, Sweta from Sri Vishnu College for Women. Request so Nirudu sir, please, and so ma'am from Virus, so please join the certificate distribution. Yeah. So Nirudu sir is also from BVSP from Hyderabad. Sir,
Please come, madam.
so you all please have a single group photo at once. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, this announcement, there is a special announcement. All this hackathon is happened because of the support we have received from the ACIC CBIT. So, and we have received that from the council. So, we all seen this and there is a huge effort to have stepped. So now I request our chief guest to award. So award a memento to our so Dr. Kaushik, Center Head, ACIC CBA. For supporting us throughout the hackathon. Sorry to bother you. Just we have another award. Sir, just if we sorry to bother you, all last award. So, and along with our Kaushik sir, we have received a tremendous support from Shiva. So I request Shiva come again and receive another special memento. He has supported voluntarily by sparing his time. He stayed with us. He supported a lot. Thank you so much, Shiva. So with this, I am handing over to Dr. Sandeep sir.
So I am asked to give the closing remarks. But for last 4 months, I have been working with this project and following the MOU with the guideline of MOU with ni-msme, I did not do any other work. I stayed at the guest house, international guest house of ni-msme, and started to work here from 11th of November. And today is 25th of March. It's a long time. Sometimes some employees, they don't stay in any company for 4 months nowadays. But it was a wonderful journey. Of course, I had to work sitting entirely using the facility of a system where I was new. I had to understand their system and their way of work. And then everything got adjusted and it was a smooth sailing, smooth journey. And I got support from the entire team of the ni-msme, especially, of course, the person who used to sit just behind me, maybe the most veteran faculty of ni-msme, Mr. S. Suryaprakash, like my elder brother. Of course, he is 2 years younger to me, but he gave me guard like my elder brother. So I will ever remember that. And Rajendra Prasad Garu, from beginning, when I came here in the month of September, from that time he has been encouraging me to do these things. And 2 persons who are not here, who are the assistant of Mr. S.P. Gaur Garu, that is Mr. Vijay Kumar and Naveen Ji, both, they also supported me. And one lady who became eventually my sister, Rama Devi, also supported me in all possible ways. And definitely the other people. And finally, of course, the Director General of ni-msme, Dr. S. Glory Swarupa, because it was her brainchild. She told me that you don't organize any conference, you create a platform where people will come and take the information that how they could grow with solar, EV, and the other branches of. I tried my level best, except, sir, all the speakers are picked by me. So I had to put time for that with the support of ni-msme. And finally, I could say that more or less people will agree that I am successful. And in Kolkata, the day people take the Durga Mata, Durga idol into the river Ganga, they say in Bengali, Asche bochor abar hobe. Means in next year we will organize it again. We never say goodbye to Durga Mata. We say Asche bochor abar hobe. Please say with me, Asche bochor abar hobe. So next year definitely we will organize such event, maybe much before March, because March is a bit disturbing time. So thank you very much for giving me support, bearing me for 2 days, my harsh voice for 2 days. So now I will give this thing to Sharat to give the vote of thanks. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Although it's a 2 days we have spent here, but it's a long journey, we can say. It's a planning, execution, speaking with the speakers and all. It's just efforts we have incurred. It's not as that 2 days we are being here. So for this to happen, we have kept a lot of effort and made it a grand success and reached many viewers also. So in this regard, So before I give the vote of thanks, now I request our faculty member, VP Rajendra Prasad sir and Madhu ma'am to felicitate our today's chief guest with a moment. So now I take the privilege to thank our sponsors who made it happen, the NABARD and our today's chief guest Vidyasagar sir from Sagar Asia, SIDBI, Virus Consultation Services for supporting us in organizing such a great event for a cause. It's not an event, so they are supporting for a cause. So this has to be revolutionized and should be taken to the next levels very soon. And for this, with the gracious presence, so I would like to thank Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan ma'am, who is the Honorable Governor of Telangana and Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, who has graced the occasion and gave her valuable speech and motivated many young minds in thinking towards the green energies. And I thank Shri Sunil Sharma ji, Mr. Mahdi Sharuki, Mr. Srijit Meena, Mr. Sriram Iyer, M. Hussain, Dr. Tatar Narsingh Rao ji, Mahdi Sharuki, Mallikarjun Shivarappa, Dr. V. Manohar sir, Vinamra Mishra sir, Ajay Mishra sir, Srinivas Charla sir, Vasal Mishra sir, Vasal Mishra ma'am, so Devendra Reddy garu, so next, Dr. Raghuram, Ravikumar Jain sir, and our Srikant Sinha sir today, and Sri Balbin Vaidya sir, Dr. Ramchandra Nirudi garu, Professor C.H. Shashikala garu, our faculty Sri Kodeswara garu, Sri Amarendra Kumar, Mr. Venkat Kumar Tangirala garu, and our today's chief guest, so V. Vidyasagar garu, for delivering a great lectures and motivating us, giving a deep insights and opportunities in the green business. So, and now the people who have participated in the exhibitions and projected their innovations and ideas, Salem Surya Batteries, who are into the 2, 3, and 4 wheeler electric vehicle batteries, Space Robo Technologies, who are the manufacturers of robotics, Udan Industries, who are the manufacturing of e-vehicles, Evitron Energies, who are into the e-cycles and batteries, Power Apex, who are the installers and solar and electric vehicles, and our today's sponsor and Virus Consultancy Services, who are into the electric vehicle auto industries also. And with this, I would like to thank the academicians who are the part of this conference, who have supported and sent their students and their faculties to the conference, and the academicians, research scholars who have sent their papers to us, and the exhibitors, ni-msme, and especially I would like to thank our team who are from the AR office. They have supported in starting from all the arrangements. What you are seeing here were entirely made and taken effort by our AR office. So I would like to thank AR office and the admin team. So from the beginning of the program, from the 2-day schedule, every admin team member has participated and understand their roles and responsibilities, contributed, and our accounts team has given us their time and support from the events, and the establishment staff also given their support. And if you have missed out any of the people, and I thank all the ni-msme family and all the people who are watching online and offline who have attended and given your time. I thank each and everyone for making this event a grand success. Hope we will see these kind of events many more in the coming days. And I thank each and everyone. Thank you so much. And I would like to specially thank our Director General ma'am for taking this great initiative. So because until unless our Director General ma'am has initiated this, this would not have happened. So this is just an inception idea where we have got in terms of our faculty meeting. our regular meeting. So with this idea, we have traveled for 6 months. We have taken it to consumption. So I would like to specially thank our Director General ma'am for making this event. Thank you so much. And sorry. So I have to specially mention, I'm very sorry. And before the idea concept, we conceived the idea in the board, the faculty meeting. Me and our Dr. Sandeep sir had a discussion on this, and with their entire time, like our Dr. Sandeep sir and Madhu ma'am, who are sitting here, who are showing the face from the 2 days, I should thank them for entirely sparing their time, speaking with them. They have traveled even thousands of kilometers to convince the speakers whom you have seen for the last 2 days. And they have traveled a lot to the all the agencies, for all the companies, almost all the companies, so to see them bring the stuff. So I especially thank, and with a great round of applause, yes, I would like to thank all the faculty members who have supported me in all the areas in happening the event like. Thank you so much.
Once again, I thank our management, our today's guest, Sri Vidyasagar Garu. In spite of his busy schedule, he spares time and given us very good information and also motivated our young people. Thank you very much, sir. And I also thank our Director General, Dr. S. Glory Swarupa, who is instrumental in successful completion of this program, as my colleague said, and also all entire faculty team who have given lots of input to improvise design and conduct this program. So thank you very much, everybody. And last but not least, all the participants who have taken your time and participated in this program and shared your experiences as well. So thank you very much. And as Dr. Chatterjee mentioned, it's just beginning. So we are going to have lots of communication in coming days. So stay back and keep in touch with us through online, offline, and always will be with you to take up new initiatives and innovations. Thank you very much.